Call to order the Board of Selectmen regular meeting for Wednesday, August 14th. Here at Town Hall, I'll start out with a few comments. First of all, I'd like to just let everyone know that in September, we will be mailing out our first new edition or new edition of our newsletter to the town. This will be sent to everyone in town, all the residents in town. And it won't be a full 8-page version, but we're doing a 4-page version, which is just a single fold-out version. And it'll be sent out during the first week of September. So Tony Belinsky has been working very diligently on this, and we're at this point in time, we're ready to send that out. I'd also like to take a moment to just congratulate our Bethwood under 12 Cal Ripken baseball team for making it into the World Series, the Cal Ripken World Series in Missouri, having won the area here, then the New England Regional in order to get into. So they played a tournament here, played a tournament in Massachusetts that they won, and were able to get out to the Missouri for the World Series. So congratulations to them. It really is something that's exciting for those who are involved, and also for our town and Bethany and the Orange players and parents who were involved in this. So it's something that has not happened in this league ever before. So it's the farthest we've ever been. And it is the equivalent of the Little League World Series.
Yeah.
This is just Cal Ripken version.
Do we know when they play? What
I believe they played last week, but I have not heard the result, which kind of.
They've been playing. I don't have the scores, but I do know they've been diligently updating their Facebook page.
I'll have to look.
Yeah, so you can look. Every game they play, they'll give you the score, and so they have been playing.
I had every intention of doing that today, Dave.
I know.
It didn't
You've
work
been
out.
on vacation.
So, but at any rate, also as everyone knows, we were caught a little, I would say, off guard, as was UI, in regard to a recent storm that we had the weekend, not this past weekend, but the prior weekend, and I think ultimately the response with our fire department, with our police department, was outstanding in terms of really rising to the occasion at that time. Public Works also assisted where it could, and when we didn't have the resources in Public Works, we hired the contractors and to try to clean the roads and get the debris off of the side of the roads. There was a slight issue with UI in terms of their emergency lines, which delayed communications a bit. But ultimately, we were able to get crews in here to quickly clean up and make safe the different areas. One of the things I wanted to mention to residents is just to keep in mind, if there are power lines down, even though there's not power in your home as a result, there might still be live wire activity. So the area must be made safe by UI prior to our guys going into that street to do any kind of a cleanup. So there's times you will see where you're out of power and there's limbs in the road, and it would be more convenient if we removed the limbs. But if there are power lines down, our folks are not authorized to go in there and do that cleanup until UI really tells us it's a safe environment.
Or Eversource. Correct.
Eversource, or Eversource in some cases. But the other thing I wanted to mention is, I wanted to thank I'm very grateful to the various town and rescue agencies who came to the aid of our animal control in a situation where they needed it this past weekend, and the community who have all been very, very generous in terms of not only accommodating and taking in animals that we did not have room for, but also in their generosity in providing funds and providing materials that were needed in order to accommodate the situation. So I really thank everyone who was involved in that as well. And with that, we will move to our next agenda item, which will be a general Planning and Zoning Commission update. We have our chair, Rob Klee, present with us. One thing I wanted to tell everyone, this is a general update. One of the things we did mention and is mentioned in our agenda here is the changes that are being currently made and the POCD update. As far as POCD update, I plan to have Chris Sullivan and SLR address us at a more appropriate time when there's been more activity and action. So it'll be, Rob will provide us an update, but it'll be somewhat brief. Also, in regards to the changes, keep in mind that Rob will be limited in what he can say because he doesn't there's still an open public hearing on this. So if there are specific questions about what is happening, some of the questions that have come up and that we've presented in the past are topics that, or questions that should be brought up during that public hearing rather than in this meeting, because Rob doesn't represent the entire, and I'm sure he'll get into that a little bit. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Klee. Thank you for joining us.
Great. Thank you all for having me. Can everyone hear me okay? It's the red light means
Yes,
on.
on.
In this. These
And we
are
have the
new
thumbs up
microphones.
behind you.
I'm not used to these. Thank you for having me here tonight. I will start with our update to our planning and zoning regulations. And I'm going to read a sort of summary at the high level of the process that we are going through. Recognizing, as First Selectman Cardozo mentioned, that we have an open public hearing, and I don't want anything that I say or do here to impact or unduly influence that ongoing public hearing, which you're all invited to come to at our next meeting, which is September 3rd, I believe. So, over the course of the last few years, the Town Planning and Zoning Commission has had a number of applicants come to the TPZ with questions regarding the interpretation of our zoning regulations, where there appeared to be cross-references that did not line up, figures that were missing or mislabeled, and other Scribner's errors and unexplained omissions. Many of these errors were an unfortunate result of the last TPZ regulation overhaul in the 2018-2019 timeframe, when the TPZ regulations of Woodbridge adopted some of the forms, styles, and language of the TPZ rules of Hamden. In addition, the TPZ regulations are housed on our town servers in an electronic document format that is unfortunately difficult for town staff to update and modify. Therefore, the TPZ engaged a planning consultant, Glenn Chalder of Planometrics, to go through our Woodbridge zoning regulations and highlight these errors, missing figures, anomalous provisions, and portions of the regulations that were no longer in compliance with state statutes. The TPZ then had a lengthy and deliberate process over the course of a year at our regular TPZ meetings, reviewing the recommendations and proposed edits from our planning consultant, and making those changes that the TPZ agreed were appropriate. With respect to the updates in state law, the TPZ and town staff enlist the help of the town attorney. Because it has been many years since the July 2019 TPZ regulations went into effect, these primarily non-substantive edits and the switch to a more user-friendly electronic format could no longer be considered mere Scrivener's errors. Therefore, the TPZ launched a formal notice and has held public hearing processes in order to formally adopt this, what we are calling the cleanup of our TPZ regulations. We plan to conclude our public hearing and have our final TPZ deliberations on these cleaned up, more user-friendly zoning regulations at our regular September meeting. Thank you.
Any questions, comments in regards to that?
Yes.
Sure.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Dave.
I have one, Rob. And you explained it pretty well, I think. But people have asked me, in looking at the red line stuff that's going on, that it was just what you said. It was said we were going to do a cleanup, but it looks like there's some things that are more substantial than that. And I thought I heard you say that you have gone ahead and done some changes that the TPZ had already gone through and thought should be made. So there are actually some real changes in there, or is it all still just conformity?
It is primarily the cleanup of the things that were missing figures. Please see table 3.2, where there is no table 3.2. That's one large bucket. There are some elements that are have been updated to reflect changes in state law. So with the advice of both our planning consultant and town attorneys, so where the state law has been updated, we have incorporated those updated state statutes. And then I believe part of what you may be referring to is that there are updates that we've made to our regulations over the last few years that I've been on planning and zoning. And some of those have required adding of new sections and some moving things around. All of those would have already gone through their respective approval processes and had public hearings. Those substantive changes are things that were done before and are now being put in the right places or being sort of, or are being incorporated in a way that makes sense. This also a reflection, unfortunately, of, and I don't fully understand this, it was a PDF format or that wasn't modifiable. Like the document we have couldn't easily been actually changed and altered. So
Right.
that is also a strange part of it, that the actual document was a problem.
And probably some of these people are concerned about housing. Are there some new housing statements in there or things that are clarifying where we are on housing that are significant or not? Yeah, or you don't know.
That would be the type of question that I'm not here to give opinions on or views on. Those are the things, though, that you and the folks you're talking to should definitely file if they have questions or comments or suggestions about any of those provisions. That's what we want to encourage people through either written comment or we will have open, public hearing at our meeting.
Rob, go on. You were first.
Is the expectation then for townspeople to read 201 pages and determine for themselves what those more substantive changes are? Or I was kind of hoping we would have some insight into what those are today so that the townspeople could prepare more easily and feasibly for the September 3rd meeting. Because I think it's unrealistic to expect people to read through, 200 plus pages.
We've had a year of process on this.
Okay.
We've had open public hearings in which all of our decisions they're available on the YouTube channel. For every single decision was made and every single line edit was made through the consensus of our Planning and Zoning Commission over the course of a year.
Okay.
That document has also been available to the public now for at least 2 months.
Yeah,
and-
I could understand the public interpreting the words clean up in the initial, as you so well articulated earlier, intent of just like making tables match and making the document more searchable, more editable, and therefore sustainable in terms of TPZ's management. So at least for me, I guess I can't speak for the public, but speaking for me, I was thinking of it being clean up, more simple, and not something I had to be as necessarily dialed into, and that might be the same for some members of the public. So without breaching protocol of disclosing too much information, is there any, like a number of regulations you can reference, quantity of how many might be being added or edited through this process? Or is there a list of what page numbers they might be on?
I literally think that we've made some sort of edit on virtually every page of our
Yeah,
regulations.
it does appear that way, yeah.
No, and a lot of it are literally the words that make no sense or a reference that no longer suffices. So no, I don't have the ability to quantify that.
Okay.
Rob, let me approach it from a different perspective and ask a question. I'm not sure that if it would be appropriate to answer or not, but let me ask it. The one section that I see that I think would attract the most attention is the removal of a section on affordable housing. I think it's 3.1, or it was my understanding is that we added during the last change session that we had, if you will, and I reference this as being a material change as opposed to editing and things of that nature. We added a section that basically rendered that section redundant or moot from the perspective of what it said and what it did. So, and from reviewing it or from viewing it as a cleanup, that's viewed as a cleanup because it's redundant, not necessarily that we're taking that out because it's redundant now because something else has been put in. So I guess the question I would ask is, if I'm understanding what you said and I understand the exercise that you've gone through, There's nothing that has been changed that would, under normal circumstances, take more of a process than what you've gone through. And I don't know that that's the case or not.
So we are following the exact process that is required any time that you do any regulation
Any
cleanup,
regulation
whether it's small, large, and that's where in my pre-read statement, we are well past the time of Scribner's errors. Normally, if there was right after you issued the former TPZ issued the regulations in 2019, if they looked at the document like, oh no, we table this is wrong, that's wrong, they could have likely in a short order done a edits and cleanup sort of document that may not have required a full public hearing. But
Right.
because we are a long way away from that, we've gone through the full work sessions leading up to this and then a full public hearing on this document. So we are using the same process regardless of whether it was a large change
Magnitude.
or a small
Right.
change.
Okay.
To your original characterization, including of that housing provision, yes, that is one where in subsequent time where we have gone through that opportunity housing redo a few years ago, that now has turned our old regulations and on affordable housing inoperable. So at the advice of our planning consultant, they were crossed out and replaced by this thing we had already enacted through that other process that had been completed now a few years ago.
Thank you.
Just two questions, I guess, and I think I understand. So in the 2017 update, it was actually when I was on staff, so it was an InDesign file that those changes were made in. And then there was a summary of the changes that went to the public hearing. There was like a one-page summary of kind of like what Andrea is saying. So, but it sounds like nothing like that's been prepared this time.
No.
You have the red line version online. And I guess the other thing that's not entirely clear is we see only the red line and not any comment field. So when something is moving or something has been superseded by a previous action, so for example, that housing section, if that's not a cleanup, that's just conforming this version of the document with some previously made changes, we don't know that because there's no comment field that says, oh, that's, don't worry about this, it was enacted whatever date it was, whatever. So that's maybe what's missing in terms of usability for the public to understand.
Yeah, no, and unfortunately at this point we can't recreate that. Those comments fields are
It was hard, yeah, it was hard to do.
would in essence be the commentary that we had through our discussions over the course of a year in our YouTube sort of videos. I mean, in
Yeah,
essence, to
and you've done it at a series of meetings, so there's not one
oh
meeting
yeah,
we can point to.
dozens of meetings.
Right. Okay, and then I guess so I have questions about substantive things that I'll come to your hearing and ask you about.
Terrific. And I encourage everyone to please do that for the substantive,
Yeah.
questions.
And we could submit by writing too, in case we can't make.
Absolutely,
Okay.
yes.
So then I guess my only other question is when we talked about the format, the Board of Selectmen had approved funding to put it in E-Code 360. And is that ultimately where it's going when you're done and you've made the vote?
That is a question for Chris Sullivan
So I
and
can
not me.
comment.
Yeah.
Tony, speak into the mic.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. So the code is already in E-Code 360, and it would be our intention to include any updates or changes also in E-Code 360.
Right. So that's where the public will really be able to access it and look through it and do a search for words and that kind of thing. So that E-Code 360 is really, once you've updated it, it's really going to unlock the potential of the public understanding our zoning regs a lot more, I would think. So that's good to hear. Thank you.
So, Rob, I understand that about answering substantive questions, and that's not really what I want to hear. I normally when there's a public hearing, it's on something that's like a new ordinance, or it's like something new that's coming out that's requiring public comment for you. And in this case, it seems like most of what you're doing is cleanup, as I understand it. My only concern is that as you said, I've looked through the document. There's red lines on every page because and looking at them, I understand for the most part what's being cleaned up. But I wouldn't want in all of that cleanup anything that's substantive to kind of get lost. Is there going to be, the question I'm going to ask is there going to be, or do you think there's going to be anything that like pulled out that says, okay, and we're making these actual changes, or these actual changes have been part of this, and so that the public, upon going to the public hearing, would be able to know what's really substantive, if there is anything?
So again, our goal of this process was to primarily do a cleanup and have our TPC regulations conform with the current state of state law, and there have been updates there. So in those areas, so for the most part, it really is about tables that are missing, figures that makes no sense. Some of the things that were imported from Hamden that just that seem to apply to a Hamden context that make no sense in Woodbridge.
Well, it made it through the process last time and got enacted by the previous TPZ, so it was deemed to be what we needed in Woodbridge then.
And it was a mashup of what's called form-based zoning and more Euclidean zoning, and some of those mashups created these sort of odd areas that the regulated community was coming to us and saying, we don't understand what this figure is or what this table means. And so that's the primary areas of cleanup. The other areas that are that conformance with state statute, it requires us to eliminate certain sort of words and phrases that have now been sort of pulled out from what is allowed to be in your TPZ regulations. And that's, I am hearing the sort of request for a summary of those changes, and I can go back to my TPZ board to see if that's possible. At this point in time, though, after our year-long slog through these, it's not easy.
Can I ask one more question? The report from Glenn Chandler, the consultant,
yes.
Is that a public document?
Yes, it should be on our website.
Okay. Should we look for it, or maybe we can have it sent to us? I wasn't able to find it. Maybe it was in a specific meeting's agenda?
Chris, again, unfortunately, was on vacation and would know where that lives specifically on.
Maybe when she's back. Thanks.
I just wanted to clarify if I understood Dave's question correctly, and certainly understanding my hopes clearly. I don't think the request is for a summary of all of the cleanup, that's transpired over the past year. Instead, the changes that are more substantial and significant to town regulations, so if that helps alleviate some of the burden of that request, I understand and appreciate the due process you and TP and Z have done for the course of this year or however long it may be. And I acknowledge that process isn't necessarily conducive to the lay person's schedule or ability to, not everyone has, the time or ability to sit through an hour, 2 hour long meeting and decide what's relevant and what's not. And so I know it could be perceived as a big ask, but I hope the TP&Z can be understanding of different people's needs and abilities, and having a summary of just the substantial, changes could just help promote transparency and clarity and understanding, which I think the townspeople are, and not just relevant to TP&Z, but in general are would be appreciative of.
And I hear that. I want to be clear, though, that our goal here was to not do substantive sort of changes
I understand that, yeah.
of that type, other than what was required by changes in state statute. So our goal really was the cleanup and the incorporation of things we had done previously to make sure they make sense. So I can definitely take that back to the TPC. In those 12 meetings over the course of the year, it would come up, well, should we change this or should, and the constant refrain from all the members of TPC was, no, that gets into the substance of that. We can save that for once we have a functioning, working document, then yes, we can come back and take up those pieces and parts. Again, to what Sheila said, it becomes more accessible and usable when you clear out some of this clutter that it just made it pretty hard to actually navigate. And with that as now our foundation, we may go back and find areas that, we should be improving the parking regulations, the, bicycle access, all these sorts of things that are in there that we would discover along this cleanup process, but hold off and say, no, we're not going to deal with these now.
Are you able here to disclose which state statutes or state laws, influenced or drove some of the changes?
That one is probably an easier one that that Chris can, Chris Sullivan's been working with the town attorney, that there are certain relatively recent statutory updates, and that would be probably easy to highlight.
When you're referencing town attorney, it's not
Is it this one,
our current town attorney, is it?
or is it?
I think there was at one point in time, and
It's
you also
taken a while, so we we may have had more than one.
If I believe there might have been an attorney. My understanding, Tony, you may be able to respond to this. There was an attorney from a different firm, or during the time that Jerry Weiner was here.
That's correct.
Okay,
Correct, yes.
so
But even more recently, I think Chris has
Yes,
asked
recently-
for clarification on a few things.
yes,
as well.
just recently we have submitted it to our town attorney in terms of understanding, so that we can get an understanding as to what's going on.
Right.
That was more recent.
And I can just quickly state that, as Chairman Cleve mentioned, yes, Chris has been consulting with me and my office on sort of day-to-day operational planning and zoning type questions. In terms of the specific proposed amendments here, I have not been involved. However, I think I understand at least some of the references that the chairman's making to changes in state statutes to conform to state statutes. These aren't without knowing specifically what is changing. What I can say is I do not think what's being represented tonight as substantive changes for consistency with state law is going to be things like, oh my gosh, my setbacks are totally changing, or the use for this property next to me is now going to be able to be a factory. That's not what's happening. There have been changes to the enabling state law that gives Chairman Clee's commission the authority to pass its regulations, and there's a threshold for what those regulations can actually, what they can touch, basically. And so that has been dialed back a little bit in some of the recent legislative changes. So at the very least, I get the sense that may be some of these quasi-substantive changes that we're talking about.
Thanks, Nick.
Thank you. That's definitely a fair assessment of.
So can I ask a question? Because you said that you did not, this document has not gone through you. A different attorney has looked at it or has not?
So we had our planning consultant who did the initial sort of pass through and did highlight areas of recent changes in state statute that were of the type of certain areas that we can or cannot regulate in, and a few other things in that space. And then I believe that Chris would have consulted some with Jerry Weiner before when he was the town's attorney. Yeah, but again, most of what we were doing is not related to the state statutory changes. It's really related to, he went through with a fine-tooth comb of, this word is not defined in your definitions of words. So we had to decide, do we want to cut that word, not use it, or define it? And,
Right.
you know, it's that level was primarily where our consultant was providing guidance.
So just so I understand, that consultant is the same one that worked with the land use attorney, Mary Ann, who advised on that previous set of updates to,
Yes.
yeah. So he knew what was done in that section
Yes.
of time, but he's not an attorney, right?
No,
Okay,
he's a certified planner.
right. But, so Mary Ann's obviously not with us any longer, but someone from her firm hasn't
No.
looked at it then? Okay. Thank you.
Karen, if you would, two things. The document, I just want to clarify, Sheila, you requested a document that Glenn Chalder provided, and we wanted to follow up with Chris as 2 follow-up items. So Karen, if you'd be kind enough to make those notes, and I just want to clarify, what document are we looking for from Mr. Chalder?
So he did a report, right? The planning consultant gave you a report and then you,
He did his own red line of our entire regulation package.
oh, okay. So that was just a version of Redline. There wasn't an actual report that said,
No, I
oh,
don't-
due to this law changing.
He had an annotated version of our regulations,
Okay.
which offered suggested edits and red lines, which we then reviewed over the course of a year plus and decided whether to follow his recommendation or not.
Okay. It's just as big as this document, though.
Yes.
If we could just get those 2 documents and then have them ready for the next time we get together or prior to, that'd be great. And set some time up for when Chris gets back for us to talk to her about it, please. The second part of what we wanted, again, a general update. We've certainly discussed this, but if you don't mind providing us just a little information as to where we are with the POCD, that would be great. And then just any other additional information and/or activities that are occurring that might be of consequence or of interest to the board.
No, these are the 2 big ones that I think that's plenty for me. So the Plan of Conservation and Development, I think many of you know, kicked off back in May. We have SLR as our hired consultants. They are very active in this space and have helped in numerous other towns in developing their own plans of conservation and development. And again, all the materials that I'm talking about are on our website. You're catching us at a moment where we're about to get a large update from SLR on September 3rd. So I am only going to be able to give you the update as it stands. As part of their proposed process, they do a baseline review and assessment. They review and analyze our community profile and our existing conditions, and they help us draft a plan, our vision, our goals, strategies, policies, et cetera. And they do that through a series of interactions with our community that started with community engagement through a public survey that launched in June and was open till kind of mid-end July. There were 630 online survey responses and 17 hard copy responses, and SLR is in the process of summarizing, tabulating, and will be presenting those results to the TPZ on September 3rd. They are also working on their draft of our community profile, existing conditions, that draws from general statistics of who we are and sort of additional sort of information on what our existing conditions are like. They have also worked with the South Central Regional Council of Governments, SCROG, on developing the maps, the visuals, the images for the Plan of Conservation and Development, so SLR will hopefully be updating us on that. They also, and for those who sort of click through their May 4th presentations, they have examples through hyperlinks of story maps, which is a sort of online version of your ability to sort of walk through Plan of Conservation and Development and see your town in pictures and graphics and maps, etc. So they're in the process of developing that for us. They have examples from New Canaan and Southbury and others that they have been directly involved with. And our hope is that ours will have that similar look and feel to it. And then the next big thing is to have a community engagement public workshop / open house, which has been explained to me as kind of a community gathering with tables that are moderated and sort of note takers, where our Planning and Zoning Commission and then all sort of other sort of town boards and commissions will be invited to participate, to either be a host of a table, with the goal of, engaging the public one-on-one in sort of conversations, getting their feedback, their insights, and having note takers and scribes that are sort of gathering all of that information. And that's another thing that we're going to be looking at scheduling that for later September. We want to get past start of school and find the right sort of time and day for that gathering. There will, I think, be another one of those gatherings later in the fall or early December. All of that leads up to an actual draft and then a public hearing process and the like. So that's kind of my high-level summary without having our September 3rd meetings, which would have more substance behind it.
Questions, comments?
I have a question about, so in the existing POCD, there's a section in the back, there's an action kind of table, and Board of Selectmen appears throughout. Do you anticipate having something like that again? And how do we interact with the process of setting those goals? Because if those are goals that you want the Board of Selectmen to do, or there's an expectation that the community wants the Board of Selectmen to do, we have a strategic plan, we would need to sort of put them together, but how do you see that process?
So I think part of that happens, that sort of gathering that information happens in the community engagement. It's already happened somewhat through the survey, which asks those types of questions. Turning it into those action items, I think, is part of that conversation that we would have with you or SLR through. I mean, again, I believe that there will be opportunities throughout, and this is part of their goal, is to have those engagement discussions all leading up to the plan that everyone is excited about and is behind. It doesn't have surprises that, oh, you've been assigned this task without you knowing that the task is assigned. So that's not our goal. Our goal is the opposite, is to ensure that there are items that we all can have assigned to us that are within our purview that we're excited about doing.
What's the anticipated date of completion?
So I believe spring. It looks like April of next year.
I believe the requirement is for May 25th, I believe, is the date, or?
Yeah, that's the
toward end of May.
10-year. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Is when it needs to be completed by, so.
And to manage the board's expectations, maybe the public's, is our, to stay engaged and updated on the process between now and then. Is it just we'll attend meetings and listen to meetings, or will we get more consistent report outs at monthly BOS meetings from TPZ, or how will this transpire?
It'll be all of the above. In reality, we'll have SLR, as I indicated, SLR and Chris attend a meeting when it's more appropriate, when they have more substantive information. So after they've completed the review, for example, of the survey, and they've come up with some compilation in terms of, or some understanding as to what objectives and what goals there should be, at that point in time, it would be more appropriate to have them in so they can communicate that to us. But again, we should also be in tune with what's happening from their perspective, from a TPZ perspective, in terms of what's happening in their meetings and during the times that they're meeting as well. So it really is a combination.
And yeah, that's definitely the goal here. So I think it will be, at least according to the plan, our September meeting, our November meeting, and our January meeting. So every other meeting, we will be dedicating a block of time at TPZ to the Planning, Conservation, and Development as an agenda item. But I again, before September 3rd, I can't tell you exactly what each of those meetings are going to involve. But that'll be an opportunity where I'm guessing we'll be inviting folks to come to us but then having SLR and Chris come to you, and then having these 2 community gatherings, which again will be great opportunities for all the relevant boards and commissions to attend or table or, the like.
For the benefit of my understanding, in previous renditions of POC developments, have we had 2 community workshops? Has that proven to be sufficient?
I think that's the way SLR has done this in other
Okay.
towns. It's kind of their standard approach.
They have indicated the process they're using here is consistent with the process they've used in the past.
With
I can't-
Woodbridge or?
With Woodbridge, they
Oh.
did our last one.
Okay.
I can't speak to it directly. It's every 10 years, I believe.
Yep.
So,
It was 10 years ago. So ultimately, does the Board of Selectmen take any action? Is there a point in time where it comes back to us?
I don't believe so, but
I don't think so either.
yeah.
Some of the other actions does at times come back, like the affordable housing plan, but I do not believe that is the case for the POCD.
Yeah, I think because we are the town planning and zoning commission, this falls under our planning function to
Right.
create this plan of conservation development.
I think the current POCD has the Board of Selectmen at the time listed in there, and I don't know whether that was in conjunction with an action they took or not.
I mean, I think typically when I've seen POCDs, it identify, like at the time of whatever most recent approval, it lists whoever the town officials are under XYZ administration. So, I mean, that might be what you're referring to.
Yeah.
I think everyone gets their name on it.
Yeah.
Sharon Clee, looking at the proposed schedule that was in SLR's packet, I do see that after the January Planning and Zoning meeting, between that and the adoption public hearing, there is a block for a 65-day public comment period. And so just curious, and I'm sure, SLR having done this before, I'm sure that they have a process for this, but I would just want to make sure that we find a way to make sure the public, and that part of that onus is probably on us as well, to make sure the public's aware of that and aware where to find that documentation to sort of prepare for that public comment period.
Yes, no, that's good practice.
Thank you.
and certainly an area where we can influence if we're diligent in making sure that we communicate it in our arena as well.
Yeah, Rob, I know that we at the board have felt that public comment has gotten to be very rare and a hard thing to come by. Post-COVID, I think people sort of adopted a practice of not coming to meetings and being involved. So I don't know, that may be harder to get people out who probably want to come out, but maybe they've changed their habits. So I hope we collectively all do a good job. I know Mika will do a good job of advertising it through his communications and so forth, but
No,
we
and-
see it here. I'm sure you're going to see
Yeah.
a little bit of the same.
No, and we, we, particularly for those community gatherings, we're going to ask all the boards and commissions and to invite their members and to share it on all their networks. And yeah, no, it's, we will do everything we can to make sure people are aware.
My sense is that it'll also have an impact. What'll have an impact is what the topics are. And I have a sense that topics coming down the road, we may start to get a little bit more engagement than we may have seen.
And
So,
you're preparing to mail out a flyer to a document to every resident.
Correct.
So perhaps you can slip in the public comment period in that document if it's not too late.
absolutely.
Yeah.
That would be, yes. And the first page of the newsletter will be obviously some dialogue from my perspective, and on the bottom portion will be the most current event, if you will. For example, in this month's, it'll be the Living Treasure, because there's a time limit on that. We want people to know now, because the next issue, by the time next issue comes in, it'll be too condensed a time. So, because it's on September, it's in September. So So yes, exactly, Andrea. So that'll be the space that's specifically designated for noticing people to town events or town items that are time sensitive. Chairman Klee, thank you very much. I appreciate you coming in.
Thank you all for having me. Thank you for allowing me to go early so I can run to a dinner with family. So
So
appreciate
thank
that.
you.
Enjoy your
Take
dinner.
care.
Thank you.
Our next item on the agenda is our Administrative Officer and Director of Finance report.
Thank you. We just have some funding requests this month. The first funding request is 2425-01. This is for $3,350, and it's to purchase a firewall for Town Hall to provide internet redundancy for a fiber optic connection. Here in Town Hall, we are, throughout town-wide, all of our buildings are connected with fiber optics, internal fiber. And so our idea is to reorganize our internet connections to eliminate some of our cable connections and take advantage of some new lower-priced fiber optic connections. And so that's part of this plan. And also we're also in the process of reorganizing our telephone service here in the police department to provide some voice over IP, which would save us money and provide additional service. So this is all part of that project, and we need an additional firewall to make that connection.
I'll make the motion to approve funding request 242501 of $3,350 to purchase a firewall for Town Hall.
Second. Are there any questions?
I'm just trying to locate it in our packet. Maybe I missed this
No,
funding request.
requests on page.
Oh, I only see the request for purchase. I gotta go back online. Let me see.
There's a
So-
file.
This is marked under contingency, so this wasn't originally budgeted for?
Correct.
Okay.
We didn't realize we needed an extra firewall.
Yeah, okay.
That was the issue. Yeah.
And that's not something that has to go out to bid or anything?
No, because of the
under a
price. It's under a
certain
certain
amount?
value, right?
And what is the value? 5,000?
10,000.
10,000.
Individual.
Additionally,
And it's
our-
for certain items. It depends on what the item is and what the as opposed to a service. But 10,000 is the amount you're thinking of.
Additionally, our relationship with with our IT provider is such that we're confident in terms of the configuration and the pricing that they're providing us based on what we've done in the past and what we've seen in the past as well. So, and this is as Tony mentioned, this is part of an overall review of our telecommunications systems. Right now, just to get into a little detail, the fire department has their own system, Beecher Road has their own system, police department has their own system, town hall has their own system. And the animal control has no system, they're just on their own. This will enable us to put everyone, not Beecher specifically, not the fire department, because they're still under maintenance agreement with their current provider. And Beecher has their own system that they're still under maintenance agreement, but it does allow us, it brings us into from a technology platform that we can then grow. So when they come off of their platform, we can just add to that, save some dollars, save some additional dollars, and everyone will be on the same platform, so it'll be easier to communicate with each other.
And Mika, that would remain the same regardless of what transpires with the police building
Correct.
and, okay.
Correct, exactly right.
Cool.
And that's one of the reasons, that's one of the benefits of moving into a platform that we're looking to go. In addition to saving some dollars, it really does upgrade us and update us so that we have more latitude and flexibility in terms of how we operate. Any other questions or comments?
You had me at saving dollars.
All in favor? Unanimous? Thank you. Tony?
Okay, there's the second item is a transfer it's from one capital line to another, and that's for $1,330 to complete the purchase of a Tiger mower, which is later on your the next item on your agenda. This will fund an additional $1,300 due to a price increase from when the budget was developed for this product, for this item.
I'll make the motion to approve the line item transfer 242502 for $1,330 to cover the increase in the price of the mower already approved in the fiscal year 25 capital budget.
Second.
Questions, comments?
Is there a reason why the purchase wasn't made more immediately after the budget was approved to
So
get
it's the
it?
25 budget, which means the funds aren't available till July 1st.
Okay,
So
okay.
the price had gone up between when he developed the budget and then July 1.
Seems to be the trend,
You're
huh?
right. Right?
Yeah. Thanks for clarifying.
Okay.
Any other comments, questions? All in favor? Motion carries.
So now we need a motion to approve.
The next
The next
request
item.
to purchase.
Right. So the next item is a request to purchase. Both are for the Parks Department. Pulling it up here. The first item is to purchase that's the first one, the Tiger mower, right? Yeah. To purchase the Tiger mower for the Parks Department from Sourcewell Contract in the amount of $18,329.22.
I'll make the motion to approve the purchase of a 61-inch Turf Tiger mower for the Parks Department.
Do I hear a second? Questions, comments? And just to confirm, this was already budgeted.
Correct.
We're just making the purchase.
This is the purchase.
All in, any
What
other-
happened? What happens to the 78 cents that's left over?
We'll find a good use for it.
Any other? Tony, just out of curiosity, is this replacing equipment that's no longer viable, or do we do something else
We'll replace a mower that is no longer operational.
operational at
Yeah.
all? Thank you. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you.
The next item is to purchase a pickup for the Parks Department off state contract. I've got to pull this up for just a minute. For a model F-350 for $54,524.60. This is also in the budget, and it's purchased off a state contract. This also replaces a pickup truck that we have currently, and then once we do that, we go through a process of either reassigning the pickup based on the usage, or if it's no longer a pickup that we can use, or it doesn't have any value, or it's unsafe, or for whatever reason, we will either auction it off, or sometimes just sell it for parts or for scrap, depending on the scenario.
And those funds would go into contingency, or how
So
does
the
that
funds
work?
will go into our revenue, and it's called sale of town assets,
Okay.
and then we take it in as a revenue.
I'll make the motion to approve the purchase of a Ford pickup truck for the Parks Department.
I'll second.
Discussion, questions? All in favor?
How many of these trucks do they own? Is this the only one they own, or what's the?
For parks, you mean, or for?
Yeah, for the.
I don't know. I don't know
Public
exactly how
Works.
many. I know they have. I couldn't tell you exactly how many. They have big plow trucks. They have a Mason truck, which is a little
Okay. Just-
smaller, and then a few pickups. It's probably 1, 2, 3, 4 I could think of.
Yeah. I know it's already in the budget. I was
Yeah.
just. I was just curious.
Interesting you ask, because it's one of the things we are doing is inventorying on our town vehicles for other purposes. Not necessarily for this purpose, but so within the next,
Yeah.
hopefully within the next couple of meetings, we'll have that information should you ask again.
Good. Thank you.
So,
You're beating me to the punch.
any other questions? All in favor? Motion carries. Okay.
That's it. Thank you.
And Tony, just for procedurally, we always hear you giving us that update that gives us the plus and minuses. I take it because it's only 1 month into the year.
Oh, so I absolutely, I'm happy to review that. At least historically, I never had given a monthly report in the month of August for a few reasons. First of all, the month of August was not always a meeting. So generally, the month of August, some of the regular procedural stuff was not done. Secondly, it's only 1 month into the year. And also, I'm working on the year end for the previous year. So in September, I'll have final numbers for our year end from 2024. And then we begin the new year in the first quarter in October. If something significant had happened, I would, of course, share that with you.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, we are approaching public comment on time. It's not happened that often. But is there anyone here for public comment specifically? I know we have a number of people for different agenda items. But is there anyone here for public comment? Only because we are about 4 minutes prior to the comment section, we will, what do we got next? I hate to start that.
Were there any emails, Allison?
No, there was no correspondence either for public comment for this meeting. Nothing came in.
All right, I feel more comfortable if we waited at least another few minutes. So what I would like to do is suggest, or make a motion, that we move item Conservation Commission update from number 9 to number 6 after the Community and Cultural Center update, only because we have people here, so rather than having them wait, once one is done, we can move into the other and they can do their presentation.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Okay, all in favor? So we'll move that agenda item. Secondly, I'd also like to add an agenda item that I'd like to review, and I should have mentioned it in my public comment, and I'm sorry, during my remarks, and I didn't. So I'll ask if you'll consider adding an agenda item where I can talk a little bit about the $40,000 Department of Housing grant for our town planner. I received an agreement while I was away, and the agreement needs to be signed, and prior to me signing it, that is a document that was sent out to you today. I want to give you the opportunity to review it. My intent is obviously for us to do this at another time, give you an opportunity to review it. But I did want to let you know I basically just said all I wanted to do the agenda item for. But I did want to make an addition. So I'd like to add an agenda item at the end of the meetings to just review that with you.
So motion to add DECD grant.
No, this is DOH. This is the Department of Housing grant
Okay. Department of Housing grant.
related to the town planner.
Okay. All right, second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Thank you.
And it is 5:59.
And I did speak a little too fast. I want to give 6 o'clock. Is it? 6 o'clock. That one's always fast. I do want to make sure that nobody comes in at the time that we're having it, so we'll give it a couple of minutes if you would.
Thank you. You have a quorum present. Do they have to call their meeting to order now before remember we talked about they filed a special meeting agenda because there's a quorum of
Oh, right.
the Community and Cultural Center Building Committee present to give the presentation.
Do they need to formally call their meeting to order? I'm not sure that we need to go to those lengths.
No, in the past, we've done that where for example, we do it during the budget period, where an entire board may be present, but one representative will present to us. So
Yeah.
my understanding is, I agree. So.
Well, at the very least, you can set up, why don't you set up at the projector, 60 seconds. You have 60 seconds.
I can do it. I'll make it work.
Here, Phil. Gotcha. Okay. Okay, I just wasn't sure if it was.
This was, the town, Brooke gave this to me. Yes.
Sandy, do you need a light over there?
No, I'm
Good.
fine.
I will now ask again if there is anyone here for public comment. And Allison, again, I'll ask, we did not receive any correspondence.
Before 3 p.m. today.
Okay. With that, we will move on to our next agenda item, which is a presentation by the Community and Cultural Center Building Committee, providing us an update. The chairperson, Sandy Stein, is here to provide us with the assistance of David Stein from Silver Petroselli to provide us an overview as to where we are with this presentation. This has been presented twice before, if I'm not mistaken, once before? Once before. So obviously not to this board, so we felt it was important at this point to present to this board. And with that, I will turn it over to Chairman Stein.
Okay, thank you so much. It's really nice to see everybody, and we really appreciate the opportunity to really present to you what this project is about before we come back to you in October with bids and ask your approval to move forward. So just to give you an outline of how we're going to approach this today, and we will really try to stay within our 30 minutes. We're first going to give you a little history of the old firehouse. Then we're going to tell you about the approach that was taken by the building committee in terms of coming up with the program, and then review with you the master site plan, which goes beyond just the building. Then the building plan schematics, and then comments from our committee members, and then a review of our cost estimates and budget. So we thought that it was very important for you to understand what has happened with the firehouse since the fire in 2006. It's a rather long time ago, and Tony has been with the town in his capacity since that time. So he is going to share with you all of the different initiatives, dollars that have been spent, things like that, to provide a context for you. So Tony?
Thank you, Sandy. So as you all know, we had a fire in 2006. The fire was covered by insurance, and the building suffered significant damage. So we received just under $1 million in insurance proceeds. So we began the process of actually, which took quite a while, of completing the insurance portion of the project. In 2008, the town, the Selectmen formed a committee which was called the CRUF report. CRUF stands for the Committee for the Reuse of the Former Firehouse. And a report was issued outlining recommended uses, which was given to the building committee for their review. In 2009, 2010, the exterior was completed. We had a price to complete the entire facility for, it was just under $2 million, maybe $1.5 to $2 million. At that time, there was there was not a desire to spend any additional money other than what we received from insurance. That's a common theme here, you'll see over the years. So we only spent the money that we had insurance, and basically did the outside of the facility so that you couldn't see it was a fire damaged building, right? So we did the copper roof, we did painted the facility on the outside, we replaced all of the windows, all of the items that you can see from the outside, so when you drove by, it just looked like a building. In 2010, the town had a consultant help and completed a feasibility and reuse study for the former firehouse. The use of the building has been a constant source of discussion throughout the years, and that's part of the issue as to why there's been no progress. Anyway, that was completed in 2010, and was in 2014 there was a plan to complete the building. That was $1.2 million, and there was no agreement to move forward on that. So in 2016, A scaled-down version of that plan was formed, which was about $750,000. Again, there was no movement on that plan either. And so in 2019, 2020, with the help of a $500,000 steep grant, the town replaced both flat roofs, did HVAC on 2 of the bays, and some other improvements. And once again, there was no desire to spend more than the steep grant, so we just did that work. And in 2022, the town was awarded $2 million from the state of Connecticut to help complete the facility. So that's sort of the history of all the major items.
And when you said there was no action taken on those, on like the $1.5 million and the $750,000 project,
Right.
does that mean it didn't go beyond?
It didn't get past the Board of Selectmen.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Tony, you mentioned a $500,000 steep grant,
Yes.
and that went to doing some more improvements. Was there any match?
There was, we had used some of the remaining insurance proceeds for help design. So that was a part of the match, but that was it.
And then the 2022 grant, or was, you said we were awarded $2 million?
$2 million, that's what we're here to discuss.
Okay, and so we'll get into match and all that stuff later?
That'll be part of the
There-
presentation.
Okay.
Yeah, and we do want to entertain your questions as we go along, so that we're not waiting until the end. So please feel free to ask your questions as we present. So basically, in May of 2022, we formed our Community and Cultural Center Building Committee. And on that committee was myself, and I'd like to introduce you to Bob Tucker and to Andrea Weinstein. And they are both very used to being on committees and active in town. And it was really the 3 of us that formed that committee. We actually did engage 2 consultants, David Stein from Silver Petrocelli, and then Eris Solis from Eris Land Design. And I'll explain why we added Eris to our team. Now, what the approach that we decided to take was to solicit input from the library, human services, and recreation about activities and programs that they wanted to be able to provide, but yet did not have the appropriate space to do that. So each of those departments, and I believe that commissions were also involved in providing input into that, gave us written material that we could use. And,
I'm
yes,
sorry, Sandy, just pull the microphone a little closer to yourself.
okay,
So,
sure.
thank you.
Sure, sorry.
No problem, thank you.
And what we found with that input was that we had both indoor and outdoor programs that were desired by each one of these departments. And so we basically asked the Board of Selectmen at that time for an expansion of our charge to include the outdoor areas. So that includes the Grove, the library, the parking area, so that what we would end up with would be more of a master site plan. It's important for you to know that what we are coming to you this evening with is really just for the firehouse and the immediate surroundings. But having that master site plan and using Eris as our land designer enabled us to really envision what the center of town could look like, and really try to accommodate the desires and programmatic needs of our departments.
I'm sorry, Sandy, can I just
Yeah,
interrupt real
sure.
quick? Is that effort of the master plan being pursued in conjunction with the building committee, who's also exploring options for the center building? Or how are you working?
We will show you what
Okay.
that looks like.
Okay.
And the whole point was to be able to have a concept and a plan so that as funding opportunities arise, whether it's through grants or other sources, we have something that we can go forward with. And yes, we are planning through the town's efforts to actually meet with all the other groups in the center of town who use space before we would proceed with anything related to the bigger outdoors.
Thank you.
Sure. So one of the key principles that arose from all of the submissions was that if we created the flexible uses for all of the space, that would serve us best, so that we're not really designating any particular space to a department or a function. So from a design perspective, we have the ability through furnishings, through actually programming, to basically use all of the different areas for different programs and activities as we decide what we really want to do there. So the architect and the land designer both used our suggested uses of indoor and outdoor space, which was actually given to you as part of your packet. To give you an idea, this is a compilation of what all the departments shared with us and how we organized it. So the plans were then reviewed with the department heads at a special meeting for all of them once we had put them together, the schematic plans and the components of the outdoor master plan. We also had a public meeting that was in January of 2023 where we shared these plans. We presented to the Board of Selectmen, as Mika mentioned, and Sheila and Dave were on the Board of Selectmen at that time. And not all of the suggestions that were made at those meetings were able to be absorbed, but many of them are included in both the master site plan and the building plan schematics. And we did also actually present to CUPOP. So as I mentioned to you before, our goal is to help you conceptually understand what this project includes and what the bids are actually going to be just for the firehouse building and the immediate surroundings of the firehouse. But as I said, it's important that we have a vision for future projects. And for instance, the Grove component, which will include a pavilion, walking paths, recreational activities, some gardens, that actually could be funded through a steep grant. And we would like for you to perhaps consider that because then the more that the project is visible, I think, to town residents, they will see what the potential is for the whole project. The other comment is that from our committee's perspective, we really feel that someone who is responsible for the oversight, coordination, and arrangement of all the activities that will occur in that space is really essential. There is no person to do that right now, and if we don't have that person, the building will be there, but it really won't be used. Relationships need to be established with all the town departments, with other organizations in our area, and this is an issue that you as the leadership of the town will have to deal with. I will also say from what Tony presented that no town resident tax dollars has gone into this building to date. So everything that Tony mentioned was basically through insurance proceeds and state money. So we are really looking to be able to use these grant dollars to create the Community and Cultural Center. And now we will explain to you what those schematics actually look like. And the first thing we're going to do is share with you the master plan so that you have an idea of what the outdoors would actually look like. And Eris Stallis is going to do that, and then David will explain about the building schematics.
Thank you, Sandy. My name's Eris Stallis. I'm a principal with Aris Land Studio. We're landscape architects. Our office is located in Bridgeport. Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight and to work on this project. It's exciting and it's refreshing when a town wants to look at things holistically and kind of be logical, let's say. about how they grow and move forward. The first thing we did was really kind of look to understand the site. Where's your kind of primary circulation plans? If you look up at the screens, or I assume you're seeing them.
Yes. They have them right on their, all their laptops have the
Okay. To really look at this as a campus, this really is the center of town, and it's important to always look not just where the work is specifically, but what's happening around. And that's definitely a trait of landscape architects. We always go beyond the boundaries, and sometimes clients don't like it, but it's smarter in our opinion. So even beyond this, the high school is there to the north, and we know students come walking down there. I know there's a walkway system being planned for that. So it's really understanding how do pedestrians pass through the site, where do the vehicles go, police department, senior center. How does everything kind of fit together? And the Grove was a central area that we know that people in the town have a lot of focus on, and it's important to them, and it really starts creating this central, call it green space, between all the buildings, kind of complementing the open space of the town green that's to the west of the police department there. Next one. So the master plan sought to look at the entire site, and the focus was the community center, the fires, the library, and then how does that all kind of work between town hall and the center building. One of the aspects was looking at vehicle circulation on Meeting House Lane, though it's not part of the immediate future plans. Some of that is trying to kind of make better sense of traffic, look at traffic calming. The areas around the library is looking to bring those activities outside, more connection to nature. We see libraries trying to have visitors spending time outdoors. Connections with nature always improve students' ADHD symptoms, and it's just as well for adults. And then the community center, we started looking at how that starts connecting with the Grove area. And again, this was done from a kind of 30,000 foot perspective, taking the existing parking area and imagining that we probably have to expand it, looking at so that the parking can serve both the library and the community center, a central pavilion, because we've seen people in the Grove area doing activities like Tai Chi and things like that. So we know it's used, looking at pervious pavement treatments so that we want to be ecological with our stormwater approach here. Open green spaces, garden spaces. We know the garden club in Woodbridge is very active, and there is some art there already, hopefully bringing more attention to it, maybe bringing more art to it. So it really starts focusing more on, what this is a cultural community center, and creating better use of these outdoor spaces. For example, on the east side at Bay 1, providing paved opportunities so that people could have outdoor events, and then maybe continuing the stone wall in front so it doesn't feel like you're in the middle of traffic without realigning this roadway. So with this kind of 30,000 foot view, then we proceeded, and then let me back a bit. So at the library, we looked at looking at an amphitheater space there to the north, and the pollinator garden, which has a nice young beech growing there, which should be there, I'd say, 400 years. Being a kind of a focal site to kind of connect people into the library. Now that would need a lot more work with the library staff, but this is kind of this 30,000 foot view of how we look at the library. Now, in terms of immediate improvements, we need to provide for accessible parking and so that people visiting the center can drive in, drop off, and then exit. So the only parking we're providing there are two accessible handicapped. Can you go back a second, Dave?
Sure.
Just two accessible parking spaces and a drop-off area. So we're maintaining the parking that's to the north there, just losing two spaces, so we have the circulation. It'll be one-way circulation. The paved area that we're providing will include a patio space outside the cafe, as well as kind of the drop-off area, and all those areas are going to utilize pervious pavers. Now, that will entail a slightly different maintenance approach, because when you have pervious pavement, you don't need sand or salts, so it kind of is again ecologically more sustainable, but it's a little bit different. You don't salt the heck out of everything. And then the pathway connect to the existing parking lot to the west, that we're utilizing a stone dust material that's bound with, actually, it's the same material that you'll find in, it's psyllium. It's a fiber. So if you take your fiber every day, that's probably what you're taking. So it helps bind the soils together. And then a little bit of plantings in the immediate front area, not tremendous, but something to help kind of add some color to it. Next. Now, during this process, we did obtain a good site survey. So now we know where every tree is, and that will be future work to really understand, some of those trees need to be removed, pruned, so that'll be future work. The other thing that was required in developing the plans for the existing community center was a reserve septic area, so that if the existing field that's there today fails, there's someplace to go. Those two red lines represent kind of a space that's close to where the reserve septic area is. What that did to the master plan was start pushing the potential pavilion to the south, because if we ever have to install the new reserve septic area, unfortunately we'll lose a lot of trees in the grove, because we have to raise the grades there about 12 inches, and the trees there won't survive that. So hopefully that'll never be necessary, but that's what getting more and more information has helped us. So in the future, as we're planning anything that happens here, we have good survey, and now we know where the septic has to go, so we can kind of plan for that and any future uses. With that, I'll turn it over. I'm sorry.
I just had one question
Yes.
about the parking. So, your study has predicted that we won't need any additional parking with this?
We actually did get into a study of how much more parking we need, and I think one of the things is to see how much use do we get, because we had, I believe, an additional 40 or so parking spaces in the master plan that would be added in future phases. So part of this is, instead of, the old school is, well, let's put in parking, and then you end up with a lot that's half full all the time. Let's kind of understand the uses and where the town needs to go. So that's part of the thinking. So we're actually not adding any new parking, and it'll be something for the town to kind of watch as it goes forward. One of the things that we showed in the master plan was, if the town center needs more parking, there's some low-hanging fruit on the northwest side of that, the police station. If you just bump that out another 10 feet, you'll get a whole new row of parking there.
Can I ask, did you anticipate bicycle traffic and the potential for future bicycle use in the area and bike parking?
We didn't plan for any, call it, bicycle racks, and in terms of bicycle traffic, that ends up kind of more of a roadway planning effort. In terms of, we didn't foresee bike trails coming through there. We did plan for a crossing at Center Street, is that the main road? To connect to the existing trail system that's there. but we didn't plan for bike trails through this. This is more of a pedestrian scale environment.
We'll say one of the activities we've had over the years has been, a bike activity as a launching point right there from the Grove, with a future hope towards connecting main areas in town, including the high school, Beecher Road School, and so this is a natural area. I think that bikes would come through as well. Consideration, bike racks are easy to add, but
Yep.
It's really a great point, Steve, and I think that we should put that into the project in some way, shape, or form.
And potentially explore the option of bike lanes. I don't, if that falls out of your scope of work, understood, but
It does, and that starts coming under kind of really, the way I would recommend approaching it is kind of a town-wide plan on how you're gonna, where the bike routes are and what kind of bike routes. Because, what they call the sharrow, which is when you share a bike lane with a traffic lane, that's utilized sometimes, because sometimes you just don't have the space for a separate bike lane. But families don't really want to go with a 5-year-old on that kind of bike trail. So there's call it a whole kind of bicycle planning route that needs to be done for a town.
And we do have a bike route that's been marked. I don't know if you're aware of it. It comes through the center, right? Yeah.
I have to.
it's a route marked, to my understanding, just via signage, not paved indicators on the road for cyclists or drivers.
Right, but it was part of a bike planning effort.
indeed.
That
And I
was-
think we'll, in upcoming months, expect to hear more about bike plans and proposals, future meetings.
Yeah, that's definitely part of that. By having these conversations, we keep getting all that input, so everyone, we don't miss something. With that, if there's nothing else, I'll turn it over to Dave. Yeah.
Yeah, so. Good evening, everybody. My name is David Stein. I'm a principal with Silver Petroselli and Associates. Good to see everybody. As Tony went down memory lane of the chronology of the project, I realized that we've been on this since at least 2010, 2011. We weren't around at the fire time, but we were brought on to begin to conceptualize how you can adapt and reuse the old firehouse. And since then, as everybody has been contemplating that idea, and adaptive reuse projects do take a long time to really envision what can happen. And in our experience over 30 years, and we have adapted other fire stations, I think previous boards of selectmen, we've given some presentations, shows examples that our firm has worked on in the past, it is a good fit for adaptive reuse, especially in a community center program like you have right now, is taking those 3 primary bays, which are open spaces, and what's better to adapt them to than flexible spaces that can ebb and flow depending on the programming that is inserted in that. So as you saw from Eris, as we started looking outward, now coming inward to the building, site circulation, bike and pedestrian connections were all an important part, because firehouses really don't, especially volunteer fire departments, do not need a primary entryway to a building. They kind of come at either they're already in the building and they basically just row out the bays, or they come in a side door and then get into the bays. So this building never had a primary entryway, which was key for us to say, well, how are we going to now create as a community center and people looking at this building, where's the front door? So we came up with some concepts with that. We naturally wanted to keep those bays intact, use the scale and the volume of those to be flexible. The programming that you'll hear a bit about can be used for meeting spaces, could be used for educational spaces, could be used for exercise and other health and fitness type environments. We also have an area for a cooking area that could be used for a cafe or culinary or other type of meetings. So to ebb and flow with that piece of it. But just to step back to understand the full history of the building, it was originally built in 1927, I think, is the original portion of that building. There were 2 generations of additions that were added, the one to the top of the page. was added roughly in the 50s, and then in the 70s, the bay, as you see at the bottom of the page, was added on, and that survived and it's intact until 2008. The core of the building had bathrooms and a boiler room, and the upstairs in the original building was their meeting room, their gathering space. As part of that renovation that was done in 2019, as part of that $500,000 grant, this helped enabling what we put on, as Tony mentioned, 2 air handler units to serve 2 of the bays, along with and the roofs that were replaced. But we also upgraded the switch gear, the main electric service, with anticipation that there would be something coming in the future, knowing we'd be air conditioning the building where it was never really air conditioned before. It maybe had window units and so forth. It had an old boiler and a chimney down the center, but the mechanical units were pretty antiquated. So in 2019, at least that was onboarded as an enabling phase to have that in those two bays. So that kick-started us to look at this and say, we already have infrastructure in place. The one thing we need to do is make sure that this building is fully handicap accessible. So the plan does have a elevator, which is basically going in a former shaft around the boiler. We're opening up an old stair that used to be in the center and inserting the elevator in that place. And then we are recreating brand new means of egress stairs, which we know are required as part of meeting code. We're also on that first floor have a considerable amount of restrooms because we're anticipating the ebb and flow or the maximum potential of use if you now have 3 bays and an upper area potentially going concurrent. How do we handle the restroom situation? The exterior building is essentially staying the same. And Eris, if you want to just move on to the next piece, this is just an image of the upper floor. The main portion to the right of that stair that you see is that main building space. It's part of the gambrel roof system, so it's a nice space. That was gutted during the fire, but our intent is to recreate that, and I'll have some images coming up of what we think there. The elevator, the bathroom, and then there's some room for meetings and just other mechanical to support that second space that right now is essentially just gutted and just has insulation located throughout. So if you want to go to the next one, these are some examples. As probably the first 2 that I showed you were architectural plans and probably a bit hard to see. I've tried to strip this down to begin to give a few examples of just what some of these spaces could look like with furniture, just to give you a sense of scale to that. The one piece I want to highlight is this sort of angled piece on the side. You'll see a rendering. It'll probably make more sense to you when you see the rendering. That is an ad alternate that we're looking to do as far as an entryway. So these are some of the early concepts that we started looking at in terms of space planning, moving doors around, getting good site circulation or building circulation around. The next piece is just the upper level, looking at just potential layouts of furniture. We tried to contemplate different space layouts. And then if you continue on, Eris, we have some slides here. These are sort of just inspirational items. We want to take advantage of that sort of industrial look and put a modern piece to it. Let the architecture speak on the outside as being very traditional, but we're looking at this as something to give a bit more vibrance, to be able to also transition over time as opposed to layering a lot of finishes in the building with its own intent. Let this building evolve, let the programming evolve to it, and I think sort of, for lack of a better term, sort of its rawness or its really just honesty of the building, I think comes out with that. So there could be co-working spaces, lecture rooms, exhibit spaces. The spaces allow the programmers to make this all work. Going on to the next slide, please. Just another images of this, of similar projects to just give you a sense. We'll move on to the next one. This gives you some examples of what the cafe could, just gives you some inspiration of what those spaces, big open spaces, are really nice to work with and what they may do. And then our last slide here to sort of round all of that out is this was sort of the vision tied to Eris's site circulation of now creating, and we're doing this as an ad alternate for pricing. We'll get to the pricing discussion soon, is, you know, if money was available, could we do a small addition that would create an entryway as opposed to the door that's still located there? This gives sort of a nice contrast, we feel, between sort of a modern look and the existing, you know, the various elements of the existing building. It's also the back of the building, so it now creates its own look. But now with the planning, master planning that Eris has outlined, we're creating these outdoor spaces that will be situated around the building that now give you opportunity for this to be more contiguous with the master plan, whether it's students walking here, people walking from the parking lot. I could envision bike racks right around the corner of this piece, so I think it all sort of ties into your long-range plan. And so with that, we could turn it back over to Sandy, and then I'm sure I'll be talking a bit about the estimate that we presented.
Any questions for David or Erin?
Yes. Any questions?
Can you clarify if businesses would be leasing this space? So the cafe, would this be a source of income for the town, or is this town staff managing? What's the vision?
I think that the thought process was that we would have a vendor who would basically run the cafe. There is not a kitchen, okay? There's no cooking of food that will take place there. There will be cafe for coffee, tea, bringing in pastries, sorry about that. Bringing in sandwiches, but not for actually cooking. We don't have the septic system to handle a dishwasher, the interface with the Quinnipiac Valley Health District. So it's all prepared foods that would be brought in. But the side room also, though, can be used for events. The public can bring in their food for their event. There will be a microwave and a refrigerator, a countertop for serving. So there are many different ways that the space can be used. But someone would actually, and my guess is there needs to be an RFP that would be developed for running the cafe service.
Okay, thank you. And I know you engaged Human Services and the library and other relevant departments in town, but can you speak to data, like what data drove the use of these spaces? So how will we know that there's a need for this type of space and that they would be utilized to their fullest potential?
Okay, we did not collect any data. We really relied on the expertise of our department heads and their staff and the commissions to be able to, if they had the available space, what is the programming that they would do? What are the other uses? And I mean, right now, we don't have a place for even just community residents to say, I'll meet you at the center, let's grab a cup of coffee. So we were not going to survey people about that, but there was a general need expressed for a gathering space. And I do believe that the departments will utilize the spaces if there's someone to help coordinate and make things happen.
Just a quick follow-up question, and thank you. Is there an intention of surveying the people, the town's people, of these uses, now that you've come up with a list?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's not as if it's just these departments, okay? Town residents can reserve space. Other town organizations we would want them to utilize this space. It's meant for the residents. And so that's why we wanted it to be flexible, because it's not clear exactly, okay, what those specific needs are. But we know things that we can't do right now that people have expressed interest in being able to do. And it's to be able to provide that type of functionality.
Keeping in mind that at this point in time, we already get reservations, we already get requests for reservations of rooms that we usually use in the center building. So the availability of space is something that we know that there's a demand for. we have some statistical information as regards to rec, how many people are using the gym, or how many people are using certain elements. And when we do the reservations, we could probably look and see what there is. There is a general demand for space. And also keep in mind that this isn't a market analysis type of a scenario where you're going to build something to meet a demand. This is a building that exists that we're looking to do something with and really justify whether or not, what would be the best use for that space. We have the space, and it's doing nothing right now, so.
Understood. Just considering that it's for the townspeople, I was
It
wondering
is.
if the
Absolutely.
townspeople were going to be asked
Yes.
what they want or what they
We
need.
did have a public meeting where we shared this, and people were generally very pleased with finally having a space that they could use on a very informal basis. And I think that's really what we're looking forward to. It could replace some of the meeting room space that's in the center building, so as those plans become firmed up, maybe that won't be needed, and we transition it to the community center.
Thank you.
David?
Yeah, as I recall from the previous presentation, the cafe was downsized because it was clearly going to be too expensive, wasn't that?
It's really just the kitchen area that we decided not to provide.
Yeah, right.
So the cafe will have beverage service.
Right.
Prepared food service, but there won't be a kitchen to actually cook food.
So with the downgrade of the kitchen, we're probably not going to be doing cooking classes in there.
No, you actually can. Many people who come and do cooking classes, they actually bring hot plates.
Oh, okay.
And they
All right.
do that, but we need the space to actually make that happen.
Good
And that was something actually the library was very interested in doing.
Cooking?
Well, no, having
Oh.
cooking classes for
okay.
residents. Yep. Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to let our two other committee members share some comments with you. Andrea Weinstein is chair of the Recreation Commission, and she's brought a lot of insight into this planning. And Bob Tucker is actually an architect. His firm is local in Woodbridge, and he's been on many building committees. So, just anyway, I'm going to let them share their comments.
Okay, great. So actually, just briefly, it's a little tangential, but it was at one of those classes at the library for cooking where we learned how to dip strawberries and make truffles, and I've been doing it ever since. So I think a lot of people really do enjoy it, and so more opportunity would be very helpful, and thus the community center. So, I just want to remind everyone that part of the Board of Selectmen and the community at large, that the Community and Cultural Center will be really a gathering place for the community from the youngest to the oldest. So we see that in the summer concerts, outside, but we can't always be outside and gathering as a community. So it's this wonderful space that we think has great potential, and we've been excited to be part of this committee. We want to provide a welcoming atmosphere where people can gather for any number of reasons. And as Sandy mentioned, I'm the chair of the Recreation Commission, and a very important aspect of recreation is to provide a space that really fosters a sense of well-being. We look forward to having a fitness center and a recreational space that's welcoming to all. We also have a room designated for yoga and other recreational activities such as dance or Tai Chi, just to name a few. And the community spaces have the flexibility, as Sandy has already addressed, as has David, to be used as multi-purpose rooms. So they can be booked ahead of time if we have someone who's really kind of monitoring this and can book things ahead of time, so no activity has to get bumped and we're not fighting for spaces, and people know that we've got this space at this time. The recreational staff will have a stable office space, which is a long time in coming, and a room that can be used for art and other activities or for community meetings that community members can sign out. And we really look forward to moving forward with this project with your blessing, to truly have a community center where we can gather to foster connection, health, and well-being in a really welcoming environment. The space can be adapted and adaptable as needed, as needs change. It should be functional. We want it to be inviting without a lot of glitz. We're very mindful of the budget, and we want to preserve the character again, as has been discussed before. This idea of having bike racks is really important. At one point, I was one of the marshals at one of these community bike rides, Steve. So, having safe biking is obviously important. And for that event, though we have the signage, we just really stopped traffic as we went to protect our riders. Thank you for letting us present this evening, and I turn the mic to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bob Tucker, as previously introduced. So I think everybody else on my committee has spoken to the program and the whys, and I just sort of want to loop back. One thing I want to reiterate that Sandy talked about that is really not part of our scope, but the town needs to put somebody in charge of this building. So just as a going forward thing, let's not let that drop so that the building is, can be utilized fully. And then the other thing I was just going to say, and we're going to start talking about the budget, and this is sort of maybe a on-ramp to the budget conversation. One of the things that's really struck me in the last couple of years, as mentioned, I'm also an architect. I've been doing this for 35 years or something like that, and prices don't seem to ever go down. And I want you to keep that in mind. So this building has been put off since 2006. We have a plan, we have a good plan, we have a very efficient, very stripped down plan. There are no, the add alternate things really should be part of it, but we've broken them out as add alternates to try to make sure that we can get in under this this budget that we have, because this is a grant that is going to expire, and we're very aware of that. So it's free money. We want to make sure we use it. But we are seeing pricing in our industry is just still kind of crazy, but it's not going to come down. It may flatten out. It may stop rising so fast. But we have to be smart about just doing this and getting it done now. We're seeing the same thing with the same conversations that we've had. I'm also on the building committee for the firehouse storage building. So we just have to bite the bullet, do it, get it done. We'll have a beautiful building that we can use.
Thank you. Are we done here?
Yes, we can turn this off unless.
No, I think that's, yeah, you can turn that off.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so David and Tony are going to discuss and just really briefly present to you what is the current architect's estimate of the project, including some of the outdoor spaces, and then Tony is going to talk about what kind of budget dollars do we have available to us.
So Tony, I'll go ahead and, get started, and Bob teed it up for me, so thanks. I appreciate that. Yes, we're obviously, all recognize just through costs continue to rise, and construction has always risen every year, probably at a 4 or 6% increase. What's been unique coming out of COVID, and this is related to a project like this, is there has been significant amount of grant funding that have been allocated to municipalities to be able to incentivize investments back into the community. That has resulted in a pretty healthy market in municipal public work, construction work. The school bonding projects are close to $1 billion almost each year that's being bonded for that. And with that, there comes a considerable amount of competition and who's available to do the work. So with that, we sort of have a collision of everyone's busy which is great, right, on the construction side, but do we have enough skilled labor to be able to create enough competition? So we have seen sort of that unpredictability that goes along with that. With that being said, just with the amount of work that our firm does at 55 and the volume of work, we rely on what we have with recent projects and recent bids and try to give an average price. We put together a detailed estimate here that is projecting that the project could come in during the bid period and that's if we go out to bid in short order, okay? Not next year, but within these next, few weeks, we're out to bid and have bids back in early fall, somewhere between 2.2 and even potentially as high as 2.8 that we could see. The market's going to speak for itself, so, I want to emphasize that. The market will speak. Just recently, some of you know we are also working at Beecher. We had, there's a considerable site project that's going on right now. We had 2 bidders. We only had 2 bidders, and they were pretty far apart. Luckily, we were on budget, okay? But the other bidder, if that was the only one, we would not have been on budget. So I just want to sort of frame that. With that being said, we have contemplated in here contingency items. We have a projected escalation cost built in. We're doing that at 4% because we're projecting it 4% for quarter 4 of this year. So if this was put off to next year, some thought would have to be looked at what compounded that would be on those numbers. At the bottom, because knowing that these numbers continue to rise, we wanted to make sure the project was in a position of saying what alternates could be added on if the money and opportunity presented itself. So as I mentioned, that front entryway, we projected that could be about $175,000 for that small entry piece. We also looked at the second floor in terms of the fit out. Now the elevator will still go to the second floor, the stair will still be there, but in terms of the fit and finish, walls, so forth, new lighting, and that's coming in at about $100 a square foot for just that fit and finish. And then we're also even looked at smaller items, right? Even when you're doing this, what are some other items? Can we keep some of those bay doors in place? Do we just replace them? Do we infill them? So we're saying let's put an alternate together for that. So here is our opinion of probable construction costs. We looked at a base number and then we go with a range. 4 years ago, it'd probably stay within a 10% range. We're a bit higher than that here, just because of what we're seeing. This is an enticing project, right? But it's whether a contractor, a general contractor, has the staffing and it fits into their sort of workflow. And that is the one thing that's hard to predict because people are busy. So we may get good coverage, but it comes down to the competitive nature of things. So with that, we've given those numbers, work with Tony to, I guess I'll turn it over to you to sort of talk about the, overall project cost and so forth, unless there's any
Yeah, there is,
questions
David.
immediately.
Just one thing. I know at one point in time during one of the meetings, we talked about the ongoing maintenance costs for the building. Have those been factored in? Is there, because I know they're not on here. This is more the capital budget, but has that also been considered?
So the maintenance cost of the building, the one thing I want to point out is the systems that we have are, one, the air handler units are brand new. They've been barely running, right? They're zone controlled, so each thing is developed to the zone. So with that, depending on your programming, if you're using the building 7 days a week, your operating costs and then the maintenance of those are really dependent upon your programming. So no, we haven't looked at overall maintenance of it. I think it derives based on your program, how often you're using it. In terms of the maintenance of the units itself, these are very standard, good practice systems that are in place. It's not overly complicated. They're energy efficient, but it isn't overly sophisticated equipment that would need a third-party maintenance staff to maintain.
Understood. Thank you.
What about, and you said you've gotten the budget down to sort of bare bones things, energy concerns, like, does that mean it may not be, it will be less energy efficient so we may be spending more on things like heating or air conditioning of this building, or is that, have you looked at any of that, or?
Well, right now, basically, the building's there just for freeze protection. The fire department has some, but they're working off of general heat in those units. So there's very little operational cost, and that is there.
Well, right now, but when it's up and running, we need a person. We're going to need heat. We're going to need electricity. We're going to need a lot of other things. Are those going to be? Is this building going to bleed energy to where it's going to be very expensive?
It's going to consume the energy depending on the use of what you have. It's an the systems are energy. The systems are energy efficient. In terms of how you occupy it will depend on the duration of that.
The structure is also energy sufficient. I think what I'm hearing David say is,
Yeah.
if it costs a lot more for me, if I had an exterior garage, it's not insulated, for me to
Yes.
heat that costs a lot more. Is the structure, is what we're paying for here?
Yes.
To what degree of energy efficiency is there?
So you've already put some investment in 2019 of replacing that roof. So that roof and its replacement was a full removal and had all new insulation, which meets and probably exceeds the energy code by a few percent. Okay. The second floor piece will, right now, insulation just sits on the floor of the bay because that was all gutted in terms of the fire. That's going to be fully re-insulated with spray foam insulation. So the envelope of the building is going to put you in a good position to consume less energy or to expend less energy. The systems already in place are energy efficient. So yes, you are in a position to use this as a low maintenance energy efficient building. The cost to do that is just dependent on how much you use the space.
Got it. But there's not like when we replaced the windows, which you said was part of their insurance, we put in energy efficient windows.
Those were Marvin glazed energy efficient windows. They historically they also matched, but yes, so you have a full window replacement. That's why one of the alternates is in terms of door infill, at least on that one bay. And then we are replacing, the other, there's not too many other openings that are being created. It's just replacing those exterior doors. So yes, the envelope is being addressed. Lighting is going to be LED lighting, so, and that's designed with occupancy sensors. So those lights will only remain on when you are using the space.
The odd alternates that you have outlined here at the bottom of the summary, there's 3 odd alternates. One of them is the new addition, the new entry. But you said second floor fill out, but you also have second floor as part of the
That's correct, because there's still going to be some work that we're going to need to do on that second floor as opposed to leaving it raw. So we would like to, there's some duct work that we're going to have to sort of communicate and exit through from work from the first floor. So we also have some finishes. Also would like to look at some gaps of insulation that's there. So I don't want to leave that as fully, we're not touching it. We do want to invest some of that money back
So that's
into
minimal
the space.
to make it efficient.
That's correct.
Thank you.
And nowhere is reflected the estimated cost of furnishing the building. Okay.
No.
It's there, it's in the budget.
Oh, it is in the budget.
$100,000 there.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. I must have missed it somehow. But to Dave's and Mika's previous question, so understanding it's not a LEED certified, but intentionally as energy efficient as can be with non-specialized equipment, but we don't have an estimate of associated annual utility or maintenance cost or personnel costs, like the impact this might have on public works who clean up meeting spaces, or if there's personnel hired to oversee the building, is that going to be on
From an exterior,
fringe?
from an exterior standpoint, we're taking care of the building now. Now, there's more space that we would have to take care of, but it's part of what the staff does. From a custodial services, we don't see that we would have to add staff, correct me if I'm wrong there.
We would incur additional hours of custodial
Correct.
time. That would, of course, as David indicated, depending on the usage and how often the building was used, would depend on how much custodial time we would actually need.
And depending on how it's used, that could also mean that the people who use it pick up the cost of that custodial services. So, yes, we'll need to put dollars into our operating budget that go beyond what we're currently using, no doubt about it, because we'll be using the building more.
Yeah, I guess I'm wondering if before we make decisions on to move forward or not, can we get some estimated numbers of long-term associated costs? Because of course we can use grants and help reduce the impact of the budget in the development, but then we have it as an asset,
We have to operate it.
as a great community center, but also, with everything comes great.
Right, you can't get anything for free.
Yeah.
And you know that.
Yes.
So there will be increased cost for utilities and for custodial. And I think it is of great benefit, to the town to have this type of facility. And we are not suggesting that you necessarily add a new FTE to do this. We're basically saying we need someone to do this, and think about where are people's time spent right now, and how could we maybe reallocate people's time to create something that would oversee that building.
It is part of a later discussion, by the way.
Okay.
Along those lines, as far as specifically as a
Yes.
resource to oversee this particular
And that's really up to you,
facility.
but we're not viewing that as necessarily added cost, okay?
Okay,
Because
thank
we think that there are some other options that could be considered.
Okay.
Okay, Tony, do you want to just briefly do the
I
budget?
can briefly, certainly. So from a budget perspective, in terms of available funds that we have, and there's a handout on this, we have a FT&E budget currently of $100,000. We have a construction budget of $1.92 million in contingency of about $80,000. So essentially the construction budget's about $2 million, and then a $100,000 F&E budget.
And Tony, can you just, for the purposes of everybody, just tell us what FF&E is?
Furniture, fixtures, and equipment.
Thank
Okay,
you.
that's why.
Sorry about that. Right.
I had the same question though, so thank you for asking.
That's a good point.
Can I ask a question about how things have changed since, so you were here and gave us a very similar presentation to a
February
previous.
2023.
Yeah, so I actually pulled up the document from then and the document now. There are some changes to the overall cost. Can you tell us what has changed since then? When we saw you in February of 2023, we did a motion to authorize you to go out to bid. We were expecting to have the bid numbers back. We're still in that phase. You haven't gone out to bid.
Right, we
Right.
could not do that because the fire department's use of the building was not clear. And we couldn't go out to bid and then have a building full of fire equipment to need to resolve. So now that's been resolved and we can move forward. And so that's why it has taken that amount of time.
Okay, and then did that impact cost?
Yeah,
Aside
so-
from,
Yeah, so what's changed in the world since when we were last looking
Yeah,
at that?
that's- summarize for me.
Yeah, so I will. It really, in short, it's kind of to describe things as just supply chain issues. Okay, and this doesn't mean that we just can't get the product. What this means is that it's taking longer to secure the product. So with that, before it was, we couldn't get sheetrock, for example, because it just was not being, it wasn't being made. That is corrected itself and everybody is manufacturing at a rate. The pent up demand because of that has slowed down the supply chain, in which you now need to wait longer for that product, which then just sort of escalates or compounds certain things. It compounds a construction project duration to go longer. And if a construction project is longer, that means your general contractor now is at risk longer. They need to staff the project. That compounded itself. So there's probably a line item, if you do a comparison on just our general condition cost, that's one area that you may see a difference to it. Then it comes down to now the labor. Because people in Connecticut are so busy, we are seeing less competition, and we are now seeing an unidentified factor in some areas of like 20% that not is necessarily attributed to just the normal inflation of the product itself. It's the factor of time. There's less staff. It's taking longer time to do the work. And that basically elongates all of these other numbers that we're trying to pinpoint. And our advice has been to the committee in all of our conversations is let's race to get out to bid to give you clarity on what that number will be. That then gives you options to make decisions and then see where the market is landing.
Right, and we'll really have that when the bids are back. I guess what I'm confused is, though, when you were here in February 2023, the project was a higher cost than it is now, in both the total
No,
construction.
what I'm trying to show is a range. So what I'm really highlighting in is which item. We've also pulled out alternates. So if you're looking at the original piece,
That
that
must
would be a higher number because we pulled out those bottom of the line numbers. And then the real thing, and I didn't intentionally put it below the line as some disclaimer, but I'm saying that there's going to be a range and not to focus in on the one number, that we have seen bigger ranges than you typically would have seen in the past.
So where we did have 2.5 as a project cost in 2023 in February, now it's 2.2, but you're saying there's a range 2.2
I'm saying it could be 2.2 but 2.8, but if we add in, almost 400,000, now we're well over that 2.5 where we originally were.
Yeah.
If in the first iteration, you included the entry, you included second floor fit out, and you included the
Yes.
exterior door.
Yes,
exterior
that
doors.
is correct.
All those
So
things were part of the
The original
project.
was
Yes.
$415,000 higher than what you're quoting here.
Yeah,
Right.
plus, and now we're at another year, right? We're at another year of escalation plus some of those other factors.
Okay.
But we recognize that we only have a certain amount of money that we can spend. But we wanted to make sure that you understood the concept behind the whole project. So when we come back to you and say, here's the project, but we can only afford to do this, this, and this, you now have a basis from which to make a decision about proceeding with that.
Right, so that actually leads to the other question. So we currently, so there's no action needed tonight. You're already authorized to go out to bid.
No.
From
We
back
just
then.
didn't want to present you with bids
Yeah.
without doing this.
With a
because
background.
then what are you
Thank
And
you.
we didn't
voting?
want, and,
Yes,
Right.
thank you very much.
and the other thing is we didn't want to go through the time, expense, and effort of going out to bid
Yeah.
if there was no interest.
So there is a decision to be made as
We
to
could
whether or not
rescind the
we.
previous.
Correct.
Yeah.
We've already agreed to go out to bid. There could be a decision now that we understand what it is as to what we want to do and how we want to move forward.
Tony, so we're doing the fire project so that we can make the space for this.
That's correct.
And where did that money come from and how much is that?
The
I mean,
fire-
where did the
project?
fire department piece? Because we still have 2 million for this.
So we had, there was a $500,000 steep grant as part of that project. There was, and there were some ARP funds that were also allocated to that project.
Do we know how much of
It
that?
was about 300,000.
333.
333. yeah.
333, okay.
Split 1 million.
And so that's for the structure. And then there's a portion of this grant for the foundation that we had to finish.
That came out of this 2 million?
2 million, yeah.
And additional $45,000, if I remember correctly, that came out of our budget.
Yeah.
Correct.
Right.
So that didn't come out of the budget that was allocated from the state for that building. It was in that original ask from the state for that purpose. So that one didn't come out. But we did put ARPA funds that were meant for the Grove towards.
Right, that's the 333.
It's-
Yeah.
Yes.
So is that what's reflected in the top portion? Like, can you help me to understand?
Sure, that's why the top,
What-
the grant funds is 1.8 instead of 2 million.
Okay, so so this means we have 1.8 million plus of grant funds
Right.
plus 334,000 of
ARP funds, that's
ARP.
American Rescue Plan.
art funds,
Yeah.
and that's what we have in grants totaling 2.1 whatever, million.
Yeah, the revenue budget totals $2.2 million.
So-
The $60,000 is what's left of the insurance proceeds.
So theoretically, this can be funded exclusively from grants with
That's
no
correct.
match. With
If you only stay within your budget of $2 million remaining, yes.
So with no match
Correct.
requirement.
There's no
Correct,
match
there's no match
requirement.
requirement on the
Okay.
grant, either grant.
Okay, so really the only potential expenses out of the taxpayer dollars in our budget would be if we did additional work,
It's not necessarily additional work, though, Andrew. I don't mean to interrupt.
the alternate work.
The
I'm
ad
sorry,
alternates,
the
yeah.
ad alternates. I misspoke.
If your total of your project that you wish to complete is greater than $2.1 million.
Okay, and the long-term
In the operating
costs, yeah,
Right.
the operating costs,
that's
which we
gonna be-
still
that's-
don't
but
have
that's
an
annual.
estimated
that's gonna
figure
just
for.
increase our annual budget.
Yeah, but it's still to be, that's a to be
And we
determined.
can work on trying to get something along those lines.
I also think too, there is, now that we've created this space and the presentation and the, the pictures and the visioning, opens up a whole world of ideas there. There is a revenue side of this that can also be explored once we have the physical spaces. I mean, I'm just thinking, Andrea mentioned, cooking classes. Maybe the library can have an author series, and we're drawing people from other towns for an author series, and cooking. There's places where, selling tickets for things like that. There's a revenue side that we can explore once we have a usable space that can be there. So I think it's important to keep all these things in mind, because that is something we're going to have to plan for, which I think, as a town, we've always done very well. But that opens up some other possibilities too of
I agree.
self-funding.
I think
Maria,
that's
and
a
I did
great
ask
point.
that. I did ask, like, if the cafe was gonna be a tenant, or if the potential for that type of.
Right. So we have
revenue
not looked
exists.
at ongoing operating costs or revenue. And that's why we feel that there needs to be someone in charge of this facility.
Understandably
Because that
so.
will make it work. And that's something that you would actually charge this person to do. So we have focused on creating the space, but how it gets operated is really something that comes back to you as the Board of Selectmen.
Tony,
Let's see.
could you clarify that this grant is to be used exclusively for this project?
That's correct. This grant was applied for and is used exclusively for this project. So it's not, you cannot use it for any other purpose.
Well, except
So-
for the piece that went for this.
Yeah, there was
foundation.
specifically applied for and received for a small piece for the foundation and the remainder for the restoration of this facility.
So if we don't do this, the money goes back
would
to the
return it.
state.
Right.
Correct.
So
Right.
there's obviously potential consequences of not using a grant that we've been given.
Sure.
And then we'd be looking at not only the potential of costs and expense, revenue and expenses going forward, but we'd have no money to spend on potential building that needs repairs, maintenance going forward. So it's another consideration of what our future costs. If we don't go forward with this, we'll have $0 to fix a building that needs care and repair. And we might not be eligible for a grant. I don't know how the state would look at us at any applications of ours if we're
Going
They should
forward.
look at us very well. They-
We have that conversation every day.
So just another.
I would think the state should look at us very well. We are a revenue center for them, right? We don't,
See,
our schools don't cost them anything. They
There-
don't give us a lot of
Sure.
money for stuff,
The-
and we pay lots of taxes to the state.
Good point.
It's
The
not
other-
free money. We pay those taxes
That's
in.
true.
Trust me. I can show you some of the receipts.
Yeah. Understood.
The other,
So I think the other piece of this, to just build on what you said, Steve, is that we actually have to sign a contract by the end of this calendar year to use those funds.
In order to, the ARP funds have to be obligated by the end of this calendar year.
And just so I understand, does that contract obligate us to follow the plan as
Yes.
done?
As
So
bid.
that means the design, the architecture would all be set in stone?
Correct.
So is there an opportunity? And first, let me say, excellent work. This is a beautiful plan that you've put together, and I really appreciate the opportunity to see it and see its potential. It's exciting to think of that being realized. And I'll ask, would there be, considering this is a public space, right in the center of town, one of the, arguably the most obvious buildings, would there be a potential for the public to weigh in on the outside design? Like, I think it looks great, but also I see less of the historical integrity of the current design of the building reflected on the outside. So for someone who cares
everything
about,
remains the same except that entryway. So the view
Okay.
of the original bay is what it looks like
Will
right
it-
now.
okay.
Okay. It's only the part
Different.
that faces the Grove, so it's clear to
That's
people how to get into
different.
the
Okay.
building. That's it. But yes, and we will see what that comes in at.
Yeah.
And-
It may not be included.
And we also, at this
Yeah.
point in time, are short on time. In other words,
for the grant or for the meeting? 'Cause I-
No,
It's
both.
both. I am really sorry.
No, it is.
This was hardly a half hour. I'm so sorry.
From the perspective of the process, we did go out to the public, they did get input,
did.
they've talked to the
Okay.
stakeholders.
Yeah,
I
that's-
must
So,
have
so
been
this was
on YouTube.
before us, this was before
Okay.
us.
Right.
So,
No, I know, but as a resident, I
So,
must have
yeah.
been sleeping.
so.
You were
so
in
from that
COVID.
perspective, at this
You were in
point,
COVID.
what
Yeah.
one thing that I wanted to communicate is that we're trying real hard to develop a new community center, something that would be completely updated, completely modern, completely new, for all intent and purposes, or renovated, for $0. That would be a wonderful thing. Doesn't always happen that way.
Well,
For us to think about, for us to consider not spending money simply to stay within the budget and not put something out there to the public that is truly something to be proud of, I think that's a consideration we have to have. You know, so it could be the range is important to understand, and when the bids come in, when we do make a decision on this, I just want to kind of propose that we also consider the fact that we haven't invested our own money into this, and depending on what we want this to be, we may want to do that, you know, is the other consideration.
well, except, Tony, is it the ARP money that expires if we don't do it by December?
That's
But not
correct.
the grant?
Correct. The grant, it doesn't expire till the following year. It's the ARP
So we
money.
gotta, if we lost the ARP, but we'd still have the grant for another year.
Another year, correct.
So really, what you're talking about is $666,000 that is town money. That ARP money is our money. It came to us from the federal government, to whom we also pay taxes. And that there isn't maybe a cost today out of my pocketbook, but that's our money. And so I think, you know, I'm not going to forget that as we look at
Nor
these things.
am I agree.
And so we've already, we're moving forward, I have no doubt on that. But we've already invested $666,000 on this project. That is town money.
No, David, I don't agree with you in the sense, when I say town money, this was not money budgeted through our taxes that was
not budgeted,
received.
not
That's-
budgeted
well,
through
that's what I'm
taxes.
saying, though. I'm saying it's not.
That may be
it's not
what
a
you're
budget
saying,
item.
but if we had that $666,000,
We could do other things with it.
we could pave the roads, and then we wouldn't have to pay budgeted money to pave the road.
Understand.
I mean, that is our money.
And we would have a building that's.
So we're making a decision that says it's worth $666,000 to us to have the new facility in the fire department and to have this community center.
I understand.
And, you know,
But we've
that, and we've already decided that.
That's exactly
And-
right. So-
and that's been decided and voted on and everything else. So, but to say that, oh, well, it's all, you know, free and done. No, we've invested a lot.
I think
of town
we've tried not to raise additional tax dollars to support this project. I
Good way to
think
put
that's a fair statement.
I understand your
And-
point. I understand your point.
I mean, our plan is to go out to bid within the next couple of weeks. We will come back to you in October with a recommendation, and that will include scope and a particular contractor. If we get the go-ahead, then we would sign that, and we would start construction probably in January. And we hope that by late spring, early summer, the building could be opened. So
Thank
just so
you.
you have a context.
Thank you.
Sandy, can I ask?
1 mil in dollars? Roughly?
It's probably I can get that for you in a second here.
You want me to ask a question in between?
Sure.
All right. Sandy, when it comes to that timeline that you just laid out for us,
Yes.
that hopefully get the bids back, come back to us for authorization in October, which
Yes.
would be a discussion of both the scope and then the selection of the contractor, so you can get under
Yes.
contract by December 31st and get going.
Yes.
That surmises that you don't need any additional money than what's already been allocated. If you do need additional money, if you come back with a recommendation, the scope says, hey, I want that add alternate, we're gonna say we need X dollars more, we don't have that money until we go to a special town meeting, if we wanted to allocate more money for you. How does that impact your ability to get under contract with at least a portion of this in time? Because we can't have a special town meeting between now and December 31st, I wouldn't think. Maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, we'll have a better idea of how far off we are once we get the bids back.
Could you phase it also so that we potentially could be approving something in October that gets you started on that timeline with your existing funds, and then phase two, we could figure out how to fund it later when we're also going to be considering, by
Again,
November, we might know more about the
It's
school.
deciding on the scope.
Right.
Yes.
So I'd encourage
Go
a
ahead,
phased
David.
approach so we can give you the green light as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think your dollar allocation, your allocation of additional funds needs to take its place. I don't think we're in a position to parse out a portion and get a contractor, do a partial contract with him getting going. I think there's too much risk for you if that allocation doesn't happen unless you know you're absolutely going to have that money's going to be there. I would not recommend trying to do a phase approach. I think it also will add cost to your project as your contractor now needs to manage sort of two pieces.
But to Sheila's point, David, that might not be an option.
That
What,
Then I
if
think
I'm
you would
understanding
wait.
You might be out of
Sheila's
time
point,
to do that.
We might, if we need to go to 2.6 or $2.8 million, we need 400 additional dollars beyond what we have. We have to go to.
Yeah, my point is I would not recommend starting a portion of the project to then, with the intention of, I
We
think
would have
that's
to
what your
sign a
question was.
contract.
You were
not to
asking,
lose the 300, the ARP money. We would have to have a contract for construction.
so that's a possibility of dealing with the contractor and saying, would you hold we already have a duration built into when they would hold their dollars. Most contractors are willing to hold their dollars between 30 and 60 days of a letter of intent. That at least they could get things going. If that elongates that further,
So
you
do
may
you
be
need to
able to
change-
negotiate with the contractor.
Maybe you need to change the way you go out to bid so that the add alternates can be phase two? And the contractors know that, so they don't expect additional monies that are outside the scope of the budget now?
My suggestion is to get the bids to have better clarity of where you are, then you can sort of plan to see what your path forward is. To ask the contractors to look at a different timing scenario, I'm not sure is in your best interest. You'd be better having the contractor on board. You have more leverage to be able to work with them than to ask them to predict a early start phase or holding on to the
Our
bid
intent
longer.
with the add alternates was specifically to make sure we got it under budget, so we didn't run into the scenario here where, the add alternates could be added at an alternate time. But,
We need to be under contract by December, otherwise we're going to lose $333,000 that we cannot replace. That has to be under contract. So I don't know that we're going to be able to sign a contract with somebody saying, oh yeah, we're signing this contract. That locks in the ARP money, perhaps, but then we have to back out of it if we don't
Well,
have.
the add alternates are out.
the add alternate, we do,
but
we
that's the
sign
whole
a
point of
contract without
having
the
add
add
alternates. That's how
why
you make the
right.
decision.
If your
So the
building
base
comes back
contract
to us
has
at
to be under.
$2.8 million without these add alternates, then we've got a
Then
problem.
we're in
Then
trouble.
we've got-
No, we have a problem that we can't
David, I
get.
Well, then
totally
we're
agree
paving
with you.
roads, David.
But
No,
David,
we're
that's
paving
why
roads instead.
we actually did the add alternates the way we did, was with the intent of having it not come in that much. It's still gonna be real close, and yes, we could have a problem, but we won't know that until we go to bid. And this is our attempt to make sure everybody knows what the circumstances are and where we are with it. But you're right, if without the ad alternates comes in at $2.6 million, yeah, we have a challenge. And we'll talk more about it.
I just want to comment about the ARP funds. As Sheila indicated, currently, right now, you've appropriated them for this project. You could always reappropriate them for a different project. It just would.
Right, but we'd have to do that before December.
Correct. You'd have to go through it,
Right.
the process, and then have them reallocated to a different project, and then have them obligated before December.
That's gonna be really hard.
Right.
It's
could do
probably more
roads.
feasible than
more roads.
doing a
More
town
feasible
meeting.
than getting
Than having a
a
town meeting for
referendum together.
$400,000.
Because you could turn around equipment and other things quickly,
Right.
that you can't turn around a building
sure.
quickly.
Sure.
Yeah.
So what is it, what did you figure out what,
Oh, yeah, it's 1.16 million.
so we could, with that, if we had that $666,000, we would be a half a point lower on our mill rate.
Yes,
I'm
we
just
would.
saying, it's like,
I understand.
you can say what,
Well, we
if
made that
we
decision.
didn't take any additional tax dollars, maybe we did. I mean, we could have lowered the mill rate by 0.5 with that money.
Won't argue that.
Importantly, it's we're the ones who made this decision.
I got it. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
We didn't decide on this project. You and I did, but they didn't.
True, we've
So-
obligated you, but you didn't object, so.
I really appreciate it. I think we'll move on to our next item. Thank you so much for presenting it. It
I'm
was,
so sorry that we went way over.
it was necessary. People had questions. This is,
Maybe the
Our
discussion,
questions, not you,
When
not
we
you.
come
gonna say,
back to
that's
you,
how we
hopefully
are.
it will be a much more streamlined.
thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
It was very
Thank you very
productive.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is great.
Our next item is, on our agenda is we've opted to push the Conservation Commission update up. So we will ask
At 6 o'clock, you guys.
those who are present to welcome. We have
Well, everyone, let's all take a deep breath. That was a lot of data. Okay. Hello, Mika and other Board of Selectmen members. I'm Sharon DeCott, living at 94 Center Road, and I'm the co-chair of the Conservation Commission. And this is Ben Carlson
Ben.
and Barbara Hagan-Smith, who are also part of the Conservation Commission. And we were instructed to give you an update for basically from the beginning of 2023. And I speak for all the conservation members that we are honored to be on the Woodbridge Conservation Commission and take seriously our charge to serve the 9,000 plus residents and the hundreds of thousands of possibly millions of other living creatures that reside within the boundaries of Woodbridge. It is our job to give you our best advice on how to protect this rich, diverse ecosystem so it is enhanced and preserved for generations to come for both the people and the creatures who reside here. I'm going to share with you the activities and actions that we have taken. Ben Carlson and Barbara Hagan will elaborate on our initiative for the Woodbridge Scenic Road on Woodward Road. And then Ben will further speak.
Westward
Road. And Ben will further speak to what we've been learning about and doing about associated with the Woodbridge Country Club property. And feel free to ask any questions at any time, and I think you guys have a memo to this effect.
Just can you be sure that you're speaking right into the microphone,
Okay,
because
how about that?
I'm hearing from people who are on TV who can't hear you.
Oh, okay. Should I repeat everything? No. Okay, so.
They have a copy, everyone received a copy.
Okay. Activities of the Woodbridge Conservation Commission over the past 14 months. So as community service, we presented a Jumping Worms program in May of 2023, and the presentation was held in the Woodbridge Library explaining the threat of jumping worms to gardens and open spaces in our community and ways to mitigate that problem and protect our woodlands. We also participated in Woodbridge Like Me Day in September 2023 with a booth where we explained our role in the town and provided handouts and a quiz about natural phenomena in the town. And on Earth Day in April 2024, the Conservation Commission had a booth where we spoke to many townspeople about our role in the town government and the importance of saving natural environments, and we gave out free saplings to over 150 townspeople. We provided $800 to the Woodbridge Trailmaster for tools to remove invasive species from the town lands along the Woodbridge Trail system. Town initiatives that we participated in is the Greenway Plan, and a Greenway Plan was submitted by the Woodbridge Conservation to the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, DEEP, and the state of Connecticut, and it now recognizes our Greenway trail systems that practically circumnavigates the town of Woodbridge. We have been working on a tree preservation proposal. This is work in progress where the Woodbridge Conservation Commission is working to create an ordinance or some zoning recommendations to preserve trees and prevent clear cutting in future possible subdivisions in the town. The Conservation Commission is also looking at what other nearby towns have done in the way of ordinances and zoning for this information recommendations we will be submitting to the TP&Z when we are further along in that process.
Sharon, can I just ask a question before
Sure.
we move on? Thank you. As a forester, I know the term of clear cutting to mean a very specific thing. It's a silvicultural term in practice employed to regenerate trees that are sun-loving. So you clear an area and create early successional habitat. So it's an intensive cutting practice with the intention of establishing a new cohort of vegetation.
No, this
specific
is
species.
preventing subdivisions, creating a new cohort of houses.
Okay. So this has to do. Yeah, I was assuming that, but I just want to clarify because words
appreciate
matter.
that clarification.
Okay.
Interestingly enough, that was the last meeting I went to. The gentleman was the first time that I had learned that distinction was at your last meeting that I attended.
Oh, with
where he
David
came in
Irvin.
and he did a very nice job of explaining that whole, because I asked a question. Wait, anytime I've heard clear cutting, it's been negative.
Yes.
And he explained that it's not
We
necessarily.
fail at DEEP to correct that understanding clearly because it's not well understood, but we do our best to try to.
Yeah, thank you.
And
Yeah,
I
Clear the
appreciate that
waters.
clarification and my misuse of that.
Andre, what do you call wholesale cutting of trees?
Land use change. So whereas clear cutting is to keep forest, just get a different type of forest established. Clearing for development is simply land clearing or land use change.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good clarification.
Thank you.
Where was I? Native Pollinator Planting Project. This is a grant to increase the number of native plants that support pollinators. The plan is in progress to put native plants in the Woodbridge Country Club property that are particularly important for native pollinators. This effort is being carried out in conjunction with the Land Trust and the town of Woodbridge, and it's an ongoing initiative that you'll probably hear more about it another time. This is sort of a general thing to support pollinator pathways, and we're just adding our voice to the importance of those and trying to advocate for their more space being utilized for that. And we had the benefit of receiving a grant for $8,400 from the state to place signage with QR codes along historic places in the Woodbridge Trail system to encourage more people to enjoy the trails and have information about different things that are historically important, whether it's a charcoal pit or an old Indian site or a factory that was in the 1800s. So we're still working on that, and we are, we're doing that in conjunction with the Historical Society, the Land Trust, and the Woodbridge Trailmaster. And then we're working on the Westward Road Scenic Road Preservation, which you'll hear more about, which is trying to save some of the ornamental cherry trees and the other historic features on Westward Road. Town business that we've worked on is the Merritt Avenue subdivision on 14 Merritt Avenue, and we recommended a portion of that property to be protected, and we also worked on the 124 Seymour Road, and that was a small subdivision, and we worked on what was the most useful land to preserve. We've had conducting a series of working sessions during regular meetings to determine what parcels of private properties in Woodbridge are worthy of acquisition should they come up for sale. We've also been working a bit on the plan of conservation and development and thinking about our input for that in the coming months. We've been working on the Woodbridge Country Club property, and Ben will speak more about that in the near future. We have presented some questions for the submission to when the RFP was out for bid, and those were included in some of the vetting for that. And the Woodbridge Country Club, the Conservation Commission has reviewed, well, I'll let Ben speak to that, and the attendance of CUPOP meetings to try to work with them to figure out and give our recommendations about town properties that should be preserved, sold, or other distinctions. And besides that, I really appreciate all the co-commission members, and we've had a lot of fun working together. And we've appreciated Mika's attendance at some of those meetings. So with that, do you want to speak to or does anyone have any questions?
I think you were going to have Ben mention something, or is that later?
Oh.
About the Woodbridge Country Club?
And then we'll do this.
Sure. Well, we have, I'm going to talk and Barbara's going to talk, but do you guys have any questions for Sharon's portion?
Yeah, I'm curious. You mentioned the native pollinator planting project, this grant. I'm curious if you could speak to the application of this grant, who this application is to. This mentions it's done in conjunction with the Land Trust in the town of Woodbridge, and that plants are going on the country club property. So I'm curious about this, if you could speak more to this.
And somebody else can chime in with this. There's a grant that is a matching grant. I think that we can take a few acres and put some pollinator pathways, and we've had Deep come out and help us determine what would be the best plants, and the conservation, it's the town of Woodbridge is the one who decides if this is going to happen, and you, the Board of Selectmen, but the Land Trust, I hope eventually is going to come to you and request that they can help with that initiative to put plants on the shrubland of the Woodbridge Country Club, and that's sort of in process.
So has the grant application been submitted?
I don't.
Or this is a grant that's being
the town
explored?
Has to, you guys have to submit it.
Well,
We have not yet presented
The town of Woodbridge
you.
cannot submit the application. It has to be a nonprofit.
Oh.
So the Woodbridge Land Trust has agreed to get permission from the town of Woodbridge to submit this grant for putting some pollinator pathway plants.
If I heard Brian Pines correctly, in passing, we didn't have an in-depth conversation, but I was at the country club leading a walk on trails day in conjunction, and I believe he mentioned equip. So I don't know that it's a formal grant. I think. Well, I mean, it's a cost share program. Sure. It's not like the grants. It's not like ARPA
it is,
or.
Yeah, it is a cost.
It's a cost share program, correct? So I think it's through the Natural Resource Conservation Service, wherein they partially fund up to 75% of certain practices.
Another part of this is we're trying to involve the Boy Scouts to do some of the planting, and we're trying to involve different people getting involved in the conservation efforts.
Right. So this hasn't been submitted. So I've done several of these NRCS grants to equip pollinator, and the process is typically that someone who would like to do this would need to come to the town to ask for permission to submit this request. So the way this is written here doesn't indicate that that's happened. It sort of suggests that it's happening, and we haven't seen that come to here, to my knowledge.
What's happening is that the Land Trust is talking to trying to figure out what plants we're in the midst of creating the proposal to bring to you.
So the hope is that a proposal will come forth, and at that time, it'll come to
exactly.
Okay.
And a past conservation member is actually doing most of that work, and we're overseeing it and working with conjunction with the Land Trust to help that happen.
Sure. So obviously there's other work happening with the country club and planning and such, and it seems like there might be some
need for coordination and
there's a lot of
communication.
Need for coordination. This is just an indicator of what we've been doing, not that we've gotten as far enough to communicate officially with you, or that the Land Trust has gotten far enough to communicate officially with you about it.
Sharon, also the $800 you mentioned in terms of the trails, was that from the budget of the Conservation Commission?
The Conservation Commission budget.
Mm-hmm.
I
I had just a quick comment, and first I want to thank you and all your commission members for all the work you're doing, because this is really wonderful. And I like how you spoke to, it's not just the people of Woodridge that we're serving, and you guys are on the front of that, so I commend you for that. And my question is more about that coordination piece. So we have a strategic plan that has some things that I could see some connections, but then you also mentioned the plan of conservation and development process. So there's probably a couple of areas where coordination can take place, but I guess my question is, if conservation wants to give input to the POCD process, 10 years ago it was handled a certain way. We may not have a sense yet, but recommendations from conservation usually come to us. You guys, you recommend to us. Would we perhaps schedule a meeting so that we could hear your recommendations for things that you'd like to embed in that 10-year plan?
Yeah.
And/or into our strategic plan. Some of these things belong in both places, so that we're aware of them. So maybe we should schedule a time where your whole commission could talk with us about that. I don't know yet. We had an earlier conversation at this meeting about what the POCD process is going to be, and we're going to wait to be informed further. So maybe we can make some decisions.
I think that's a great idea. We don't know, none of us were ever part of a POCD or know much about it, so we were hoping for guidance. We thought that TP&Z was the one who would give us guidance, but anyone giving us guidance would be helpful.
Yeah. Well, a few people are around for the last time
okay,
around.
Good.
So
well, Sheila, maybe you can come to a meeting and talk to us about that. That would actually
I would love to do that.
Well, it seems like public comment period at the TPZ is an appropriate place for all the commission members to go to as well.
So
I understand the point of doing a joint meeting as well.
They may not have public comment. They're having a presentation on the POCD.
Sure, yeah.
At the same time that they're having that public hearing, but that public hearing is for the things in the public hearing.
Mm-hmm.
They probably don't have public comment
Yep.
on their agenda.
4th September, and you're talking specific TPZ, but the POCD consultant's plan would include input from the public as well as the boards and commissions.
At those charrettes.
So, at those charrettes.
Yeah.
So there will be opportunity, absolutely be opportunity for the boards and commissions to input on the POCD beyond coming to the Board of Selectmen with your specific requests. It's not to say it shouldn't happen, both can happen, but certainly there will be opportunity.
I guess what I come back to is the same thing I said to Rob Klee was the back of the current POCD has many, many pages with tables of things that people are supposed to do. Conservation Commission is tagged throughout, Board of Selectmen is tagged throughout. Before those things get in the next POCD, we'll have some conversations. Make sure that we're coordinating.
Yeah, well, that would be great. And maybe, Sheila, you can talk to Diane and I about some of that stuff.
I'd love to.
Okay, so Ben, do you want to talk about our...
Okay, so hello everyone. My name's Ben Carlson, and I just want to thank you guys for giving us the opportunity to present about what we've been working on. So we know there's a lot of interest in the country club, so we thought that we would break that out and just provide a little more detail around that, about what we've been doing. So I'm going to just very briefly go over what we've done so far, what we've learned, and what we think are the next steps. And we're happy to take input and questions at any point. So the first thing we did is we just wanted to learn as much as we could about the country club and the habitat there. And so we spoke with experts at DEEP, Audubon, Connecticut, and at UConn. We also arranged a site visit by DEEP representatives, and they actually allowed me to tag along, so that was a lot of fun. And now the DEEP foresters are writing us a report about the habitat and the species in the area. And I've heard it's pretty far along. We haven't seen it yet, but we should be getting it pretty soon. So what we learned is, I was actually pretty surprised by what we learned. So kind of the big takeaway is that it's not simply a recovering golf course, but it's actually a large and well-connected example of a rare and important habitat type in Connecticut. So the habitat type is something called young forest or shrub habitat. It's critical for over 50 species of concern in Connecticut. It only makes up about 3% of the state, but historically it was around 10 to 15%. And that's actually a goal of DEEP, is try to restore it more to its natural percentage. And so there's even cases where DEEP is creating this type of habitat by cutting down forests. We kind of got into the clear cutting thing, in order to promote populations of these species and increase the network of this type of habitat. And so I've also heard that when I asked about it, it's probably one of the larger examples of this type of habitat, of contiguous habitat across the state. I'm working on getting a harder number on that, but they think it's probably one of the larger examples. And it's also important because of its location. So it's connected to RWA land, state parks, and the Yale Preserve. So it forms a really nice corridor through the urban landscape. So that's what we've learned so far. The next steps is some things that we think are important to do is, first of all, develop some conservation and science goals that we think, if we followed them, would enhance and maintain the conservation value, biodiversity, and ecosystem processes at the site. We also think it'd be important to survey the current plants and animals on the site to understand the existing biodiversity and create baselines for future surveys. And it would also be nice to know the connectivity value of the overall statewide forest patch network. And then finally, the invasive species are not too bad, I've heard, but there's still a lot of them there, and so it would be important to figure out how we can best control the invasive species on the site. And so that concludes my small report, and I'm happy to take any questions, and you guys can jump in as necessary.
Does the DEEP report include anything related to invasive species that would give us some sort of quantification or indication as to what action should be taken and what we can do there?
Yeah, my understanding is that they're going to say what invasive species they found. I'm not sure what else they're going to provide.
I can speak to this,
Oh, yeah,
just
absolutely.
only because to provide
Yeah, please.
context. I was not the forester who did this
Right.
site visit, but my staff did.
Mm-hmm.
And a colleague in our wildlife division, a wildlife biologist and a service forester, walked the property with Ben and maybe some other commission members. And the deliverable they produce, and so, David did draft his section. He's waiting back for Tanner's
I've heard, yeah.
portion, is a report of shared observations, a recount of the goals that might have been expressed at the beginning of the meeting, a breakdown report of species observed, habitat qualities, forest health concerns, or health concerns, ecological health concerns, and recommendations. They will provide a list of observed invasive species. They will either hyperlink or provide resources to look up, like vetted
Mitigations or-
exactly, vetted resources. And depending on the ask or the need, they will even provide their own recommendations of this is where we see the most success. And I can make sure that that is included, if that would be helpful.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And this is an aside, but I think, as we've been talking, maybe I'm speaking a little out of school, is that in the plan of conservation and development, having an issue being invasive species and how, if there's a budget for it, and how to manage that in the next 10 years would be a wise idea.
I mean, I have thought about that too. Does the town have or is that wrapped into the Public Works Department?
Whatever we do for
Because there's no tree
landscaping.
budget either, right?
There is a tree budget.
There's a tree pruning and removal budget.
Okay.
In the Parks Department.
Not
In
in,
the- We
in
should
Public Works.
But-
Let's have a mugwort and burning bush removal budget. We can allot
And
for each
not
plant.
weed.
So I just wanted to mention one other thing. You mentioned like having a baseline assessment, but there's that rapid biological and ecological assessment from 2018 that, I don't know if you want to share
Oh.
that with Deep.
That's
Yeah.
a good point. And you've sent that.
Yeah, it's the Moorhead report. It's on the town website.
Okay.
And that's from 2018. So they have a baseline, and it would be very interesting to see
Yeah,
what's
that would be
happened
very interesting.
since.
To see the change.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
it's
says
a-
here is a lot
Yeah.
has changed
So
since then.
Ben.
Good, it's a 73-page report.
it's gotten better.
Well, it is an extraordinarily
Moorhead,
beautiful piece of
it's
land.
Moorhead report.
I agree.
Rapid
It's- and it's
biological
got
and
a lot going
ecological
on.
assessment of the country club.
Okay, so shall we try to get you out of here?
Yeah.
The scenic, proposal for a scenic designation to Westwood Road.
Okay, my name is Barbara Hagen-Smith, if anyone doesn't know. I live on 116 Northrop Road. And this is an endeavor by the Conservation Commission to create a scenic road out of Westwood Road. I believe we do have a couple of places in the town that are scenic roads, but this one has never been designated. And having traveled it for way too many years, just about every day of my life, and enjoying it every time I travel it, I came to the commission as a commission member, and I said, we need to do something about protecting this road. It came up especially when one day I saw a gentleman from UI wandering around with his iPad, marking on his iPad all the trees that they were going to take down. So we talked about it a bit. We talked about it with Mika. We looked up the town regulations, and we have moved forward. It's a little bit different because it's a town entity asking the town for permission to make an application to the town to make a scenic road. But we have, at this point, written a letter which we would like, I think it is in the packet. Is it in the packet?
Should we read it into you?
Would you like, I can read it or not as you want.
Everybody has it in the packet. I think everybody's seen it.
It has been, it needs to be approved by the town council. When that happens, we will take it individually to the approximately 15 owners of property on the portion of the road that we would like to designate as scenic. We have made that list or come up with that list, and just today I had the town clerk check the list to make sure it was up to date as far as the ownership was concerned, so we are going to the right people. And we have actually drafted an application according to the ordinance that I don't know whether that was sent. Was that sent to the packet?
Yes,
The
a
ordinance?
draft.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so we sent
The application?
the letter, the application, all of that,
And
Sharon
list.
updated me with everything that was needed.
So I think what we are here tonight for, or in addition to our reports, is to ask the Board of Selectmen to approve that letter so that we can start in getting signatures from the various residents on Westwood Road, and we can proceed with giving you the application as needed.
I'll,
Questions?
is that, okay. I'm going to refer to town council on part of this, but I do need, I have the question as to why town letterhead, why town commission, why not just notify these people and get their input without being town letterhead? You know, in making it an official town letter as opposed to just notifying and communicating what your letter says, just to the residents to get what you need from them.
I believe because we are a town commission asking them, we need to be official. That's what I have always thought.
Because I think in reality, and again, I'm going to turn to Nick, I'm going to turn to you on this one, because I think it encumbers the process, or it makes the process more difficult than necessarily making it easier, but I'll defer to town council
Well,
on
I
this.
guess the question would be, what letterhead would we put on? Put it on, it's We
Well, the
can't just have
process,
a
if
letter
I
with
understand
no-
the process correctly, and I know, Karen, you looked this up, so you might need to help me on this, but it doesn't have to be an official town entity that applies for
Oh,
scenic
no,
road
but
designation.
we are, and so we are an official town entity,
Right.
and we are applying for this.
So, Meek, are you suggesting 2 or 3 of us could just go around and say, we'd like you to sign this letter, and then we bring it to you as for the town to approve it?
We go through, we have to follow the process, but I'll let Nick comment on it.
So there is a process contemplated, as you cite in some of your materials under our town, it's the charter, it's the code actually, for designation of a scenic road. And part of that process, yes, the Conservation Commission can be the applicant seeking approval of the Board of Selectmen for that kind of designation. And along with that application, we need, what this board would need to act upon that request favorably is an indication that all of the property owners on the street consent to this. So,
Majority.
Correct.
The
So-
majority, not all.
Correct. Thank you. The majority. So, subject to verification, as it sounds like has already occurred for the actual owners who are on that portion of the street to be designated. I mean, there isn't a specific form set out as to how that occurs. Typically, what I would think is if a property owner was applying for designation of their street, let's say someone from Westward Street came in and say, hey, we think this is a great idea, we being the neighbors on Westward Street, and we would like this board to approve this as a scenic road. They could then effectively draft a one-page petition that says, hey, I live on this road and I agree and consent that it should be designated as a scenic road. I mean, here we have the Conservation Commission serving as the applicant, so I suppose based on the process set out in our code, I mean, I wouldn't object to something going out on a town letterhead saying, hey, this is an initiative that the Conservation Commission is going to be bringing to the Board of Selectmen, and as a first step, before we can even get to the Board of Selectmen, we need to see if the owners consent, or how many of them consent. So I think a mailer for that purpose would be appropriate. I would want to, and I know the draft letter's in here, and I would just want to take, I saw an earlier version of it, I would just want to take one more look at it in terms of the tone, I'll say. But overall, I mean, as the town's legal counsel, I don't have an objection to some sort of a statement going out advising the property owners what is being requested or will be requested subject to their input.
And my hesitation, and I think, Barbara, you know that I support the idea, I like the idea, I agree with everything you said about it. When you asked for the letterhead, the way that I looked at it was, well, you're asking the town, for Selectman's office, in a sense, to send a letter out saying, we'd like to know if you support this so that we can indeed vote on it. Well, if we're gonna vote on it, and then if, for example, we decided not to do it, it's like, well, why did you ask me? Why did you bother
I think
asking
we're
me?
more than willing to have it be from the Conservation Commission. And if you could just help us with the wording that complies, I think the spirit of it is clear, and I think people will only agree to it if they want to or not. So, I'm not at all concerned.
Whatever we feel is best from.
Yeah.
And from my perspective, my only concern is that I don't like seeing a letter go out that isn't on some kind of letterhead. And since the
Indicating where it came
Conservation
from.
doesn't have a
The true
letterhead,
librarian and archivist between us.
I guess the question is, how do we proceed?
Is this what you want to send? Is the letter that you
Yes,
put in
yeah,
here?
the-
Well, Nick will review it, and based on
Right.
what he
And
comes
I
back
have
with, we'll
One
act
more
on it.
question. Our intention is to go to these people, a few of
Personally.
us personally, and just share the letter with them and talk to them. That has no legal complication either.
No, I think that's okay.
I mean, we'd
for-
like to really engage them in it and let
Well,
them
that's
know.
notice to them and informing them what it means. I mean, those are the questions you're obviously going to get. Well, now can I not paint my house
Yeah,
whatever
right.
color I want to? So, yeah, we
Right,
should
and we're
be.
clearly letting them know that that's not what this is about.
Right, right. So I think that is the right step. To the first selectman's point, I mean, we can craft the letter, subject to my review of the actual language. We could craft it in a way that it looks official coming from your commission.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily
Yeah.
have to
No,
be
no, I think
from the
it's
first
even
selectman
more
saying, hey,
No, I think it's more appropriate coming from our commission.
Sure.
It just means that, the Woodbridge Conservation Commission is the one who's presenting this rather than just somebody.
Right.
yeah, agreed.
Yeah, so I think that I don't think there's any problem for our
That's what we're
perspective.
looking for.
Can I ask a couple of questions? First of all, I applaud the idea that we would be protecting these historic resources, which include our scenic roads. I remember the last scenic road that we did designate was Baldwin Road. That, Nick, do you know if that went through the same process that we're contemplating here, or is there an alternative process with the state?
No idea. When did that happen?
No, it was, so, background. The idea with the Baldwin Road designation was because there was a proposed, piece of farmland that straddled Derby and Woodbridge was potentially going to be used for light manufacturing in Derby, and there was going to be an access road right in the middle of Baldwin Road, which would change the nature of the vehicular travel on Baldwin Road. The neighbors said, one way to protect it is we'll get this protected status by calling it a scenic road. So that was their intention, was to, it wasn't about trees. There were beautiful stone walls and scenery, historic homes, all the things that you're citing, which are part of our process. But their intention was to limit connecting roads. And that has very strong protections against connecting roads to a scenic road. It sounds to me like your intention here is about the trees, and I know, because I'm familiar with the road, there are some trees that are very much almost in the road. They're very close to the public right-of-way, which, from what I understand, would not be protected. If they're causing a public hazard in the roads, they would be taken down whether we have scenic road designation or not. And I guess my questions are, the town has to, we carry insurance for, if a tree falls down and there's a claim against the town, why didn't you take care of that tree? What would our obligation be? My sense is that if someone says that's a public hazard, tree has to come down. The other thing that I think I understand is that the tree warden has a good deal of latitude with town roads, not state roads, but town roads, to say, you may want to cut that, I don't want you cutting it. And so the tree warden can already protect things that are egregious cutting, that I think that's what you're worried about, the utility company is going to come and cut things, right? So I wonder if we can have the tree warden come and talk to us.
We can, and if that helps, we can. We have already spoken with the tree warden. Warren Connor is our tree warden.
Yeah.
And as part of this overall process, there are indeed some trees that he agrees could be of hazard. Even if the tree warden says he doesn't want to cut the trees, if UI feels that they're in interference with what they're doing, they still can cut the trees.
Whether scenic or not.
Whether tree warden, whether scenic, whether, they can indeed cut the trees.
Yeah.
However, if in a situation like that, they're more inclined and controlled, you have more control in terms of their pruning and they're being taken down. So there is some value in terms of having it designated as scenic road. But and we can have the tree warden talk to us, or we can just have Warren provide us some information.
Yeah.
Well, we could also maybe have an arborist go and help UI figure.
This was my point of a lot of this was that we would have more control over how the trees were pruned. If a
Right.
tree has to come down, it has to come down. I mean,
Right.
that's not a question.
Right.
The
But the
question
pruning.
is the way that they are pruned.
Yeah.
They
and
have
to
not-
have an expert, help with that.
Right. So there was the previous Conservation Commission, when Jason Morrill was chair, had a lot of back and forth with Betsy Yagla in Town Hall about coming up with guidelines and working with the tree warden. Maybe that's a document that exists somewhere that would help everyone understand that there are already some rules in place. But maybe we hear from the tree warden.
I don't.
Because if there are protections already here and we don't need to go this route, although I'm not against going this route, I think it's a nice thing to have.
It's a small route, we're not asking.
Well, so I went through the book that you guys mentioned. There's a couple of houses. There's actually 28 other roads in town that probably also qualify. So,
Oh, as far as historic housing, yeah, but that's just part
No,
of
but the stone walls, the scenic views, the historic significance. So something like Johnson Road could be protected
There are plenty
next.
of other towns that would qualify, we just happened to pick this one.
Right. But I could see other people, when they hear about this process, might want to avail themselves of it. Then we may have many applications.
Would that be a bad thing?
Would that be bad?
No,
Yeah,
I don't think so.
I would love to see Sperry Road as a scenic road.
Yeah.
I mean, it is.
Because I think we only have one. I think it's only Baldwin.
The intent for, the intention of UI to cut it down was specifically halted by the tree warden, so that he's already utilized. However, it's temporary. Right now, it's temporary.
Is it?
Yeah, right, because if they feel that they need to cut, particularly that one big tree, the biggest tree that's there, seems to be the one that's of the greatest risk.
Well, for instance, I did speak with, in one of my other hats, with someone who owns property on the road, and they said that, number one, UI was very intimidating, and they want to take 17 trees down in their little tiny section, and because it's easier just to cut them down than it is to properly prune them or not do it. So,
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of trying to be a help, and it's,
Yeah.
I mean, Woodbridge itself
Very nice. Very nice.
did, and the tree that's in the road, or partially in the road, is considered a notable tree, and it's on the state registry. And UI does not seem to have any intention of taking that one down. It's not on that side of the road. They do want to prune one branch, and that's it.
That's not what they told Warren, I can
Well,
tell you
that's
that
what
for
Warren
sure.
told me.
So
I'll talk to Warren. So,
Well, we appreciate your time and
Thank you.
attention, and, I think conservation is preserving some of the integrity of the town and its beauty, and
that's why you're here. Thank you very
That's
much.
why
I
we're here.
applaud your
We-
efforts.
We appreciate your
Absolutely.
conservation. Speaking as one of the residents of Woodbridge, you could conserve fewer squirrels and chipmunks for my liking.
I wrote those guys out of the hundreds of thousands of creatures.
And moles, don't forget the moles. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Should I turn this off?
Allison, just set some time up with Warren for me to,
Thank you.
thank you very much for this and for your efforts.
Nick, I wonder when in crafting that letter, if it would be valuable, so I thought they would be mailing the letter, but it doesn't have like a return address or return by date, or contact us if you have questions. I don't know if those are legal considerations, but if they're not going door to door and having things signed and just walking away with them, then it might be wise on the letter to add, signed by this date, return to this location. If you have questions, here's a number to call, if anyone's willing to give up their phone number.
Yeah, no.
And I don't know if that's a legal consideration.
That's a good idea.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, I
'Cause
suspect
no,
you'll
based
do
on-
both. You'll go around if you you know, someone doesn't answer the door, you'll drop it in their mailbox. So.
Yeah, well, you're not technically allowed to just
Not in
drop
a
things in
mailbox.
mailboxes,
Well,
but from
that's true.
campaigning, I learned no one is ever home or no one ever comes to the door. So,
Right.
so be prepared to mail or leave, have it be effective if you leave it behind. So have them understand where to return it, when to return it by, and if they have questions, if you're comfortable with making yourself available, providing a follow-up phone number.
I think that's great.
Okay.
Thanks for your extra time.
Yeah, thank you.
If it's any comfort, we're probably going to be here 2 more hours.
I am impressed. It's making me
I do
appreciate
have
all
a
the work you
question. How are we going to compose this letter now? Because
I'll be in touch, Barbara.
you'll be in touch. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And you know where to find me, so.
Okay.
Next item on the agenda is just a brownfield grant update. We got all the approvals. There was a good amount of paperwork that was associated with administering the grant. There were a couple of documents that I had included. There's a particular document that's actually called the agreement that was not included in your package. It's an important document because it is the that states the agreement. It outlines what we've agreed to. It references a number of the other documents that are associated with all of this. So this may be a shorter conversation than I intended, only because I feel it's important for you to have the agreement itself to read, but I want you to be prepared for what, I do want to have a discussion on it with regards to what it's really about. And one of the most significant, it's really just what you would expect it to be. It's a state document that outlines what we do, what we have to do in terms of making sure we do what they want us to do from a grant perspective. One of the things it references is our application. In our application, where they ask about steering committee or what's the other term that they use? When they ask about the steering committee or the organizing committee, in our application, we put that it would be staff, and it would be this is an economic development grant, so we did put the Economic Development Committee as well as members of a number of other pertinent committees, including the Board of Selectmen, obviously, that would be represented on any steering committee. In some conversations we've had in the past, we discussed the possibility of the Board of Selectmen only being on the steering committee. It's not necessarily something I endorse or felt would be appropriate. I think everybody knew that. But because the application becomes part of the grant, that's what they're looking for from a steering committee standpoint. So it would still entail representation on the board. My recommendation in terms of how we would address that is obviously we would have 2 representatives from the Board of Selectmen and myself, in addition to myself. My recommendation would be would have 1 representative from one party, 1 representative from the other party. That can be rotated, that can be the single person, depending on how each wanted to do that. But that way there would be 3 members of the Board of Selectmen who would be included on any committee, so we would be very well represented, and we would be very well informed, and we can, as I say, rotate it so everyone participates. In addition to that, the other committees that were included are on that sheet are on the document that you did receive, and it include CUPOP, it include
EDC.
EDC, and EDC would play a very prominent role, and I'm kind of excited about that because I've been on EDC. We haven't had a lot of meat and potatoes to work on, and this is something that would be substantive, and I think we have the type of board, we have the type of committee with the competency and the commitment to do a good job. But it would be, as you said, David, EDC, Board of Selectmen, Planning and Zoning, Housing, Conservation, 2030 Task Force, and CUPOP. The one that wasn't included here that I regret is Recreation. I would have liked Recreation to also have a part of it, since that might be part of what they do. It also includes partnerships from SCROG, Rex, Yale, New Haven, City of New Haven, and it also includes a resource that we were looking at in terms of our town planner, so that they could also be part of what we do as we would want them to be. So that's what the discussion entails. I do feel this document will be sent to you tomorrow, and we can review it at, in more detail at our next meeting, be it a special meeting or regular meeting. Please.
Yeah,
you're
I'm
dying.
a little, I was very thrown off by reading this grant narrative because it did not align with conversations we have been having to date about this process. It is,
How so?
it's so about housing. It is all about housing. Board of Selectmen wasn't even mentioned. I know you just addressed this, but in the partnership collaboration establishment of the steering committee, which is something we did agree upon in order to move forward with this.
When we keep in mind, we agreed upon that in terms of our conversation regarding the consultant we were choosing,
Yes.
not regarding the grant. So,
But the grant is funding the consultant.
precisely.
So help me to understand, and like, how obligated are we to abide by every word in this grant since it is funding our consultant?
We have to meet the terms of the grant, otherwise
I
we're...
wish we got this before we agreed then to, that was a missed opportunity, because I'll be frank, I would not have supported moving forward with this.
Help me
if-
understand what it is about this that is of concern. The grant is,
How much time do we have?
well, the grant, no, I'm not saying, what I'm saying
So the
is,
question is, does this mean that this so-called, the advisory / steering committee takes over complete control of the interaction with the consultant?
they would be the controlling entity, yeah. Well, controlling in terms
They
of...
would completely control the consultant that we had to select. And that
Well-
we were when we were selecting them, we were talking about our interaction with that group.
Help me understand what you're saying about control, please.
Well,
In other words, the consultant does their work. We input to the consultant. We've got a broader
but
base.
at the end of the day, I thought we wanted to interact with the consultant because we were going to be the ones who were going to have to make some of the decisions about moving forward.
So, and what we're saying here is we still can, it won't be all of us at the same time. We still can, but it won't be all of us.
So
The
that
driving-
means we
The drivers
can-
here,
I'm sorry.
there's two things. It's very clear. It's driven by the staff and by the EDC in terms of guiding. We still are represented on there with three members of the Board of Selectmen on that committee, for lack of a better way to put it. So, and in as much as when I'm saying, Andrea, what the concern is, I guess I'm saying what I've absolutely defined with the people who provided us this grant is that this is a planning grant, and there's no indication as to what we need to do at the end of the day.
I disagree based on how this is written.
But
This
they-
is written, first of all, it has errors. I don't understand. The contamination is the reason why previous housing proposals were rejected. That's not fact-based.
There's one, everything that's written, this is a template that they use. We're not doing construction. This is not a construction grant. This is a planning grant.
Okay, I'm gonna take a deep breath. I don't wanna make you be defensive. I don't wanna be
Right,
defensive.
I agree.
And I ask other board members to contribute here, because if I am the only one who read this narrative, interpreting it the way I did, and I can expand more upon that, then let me know. And I'm literally asking you guys to contribute here, because what I read was a huge bias towards development
Keeping in mind.
in planning.
But let's start off with the basics.
Okay.
We always knew this was an economic development grant. It came from the Department of Economic Development. The State Department of Economic Development is the entity that's providing this grant.
So we're hiring a consultant to tell us how to develop the property.
No,
The
Andrea,
word
the
redevelopment, you called it a redevelopment plan, or I don't know, who wrote this?
The state, The State Department of Economic Development.
Wrote the grant
And community
on behalf
development,
of
excuse me.
Woodbridge?
No, in terms of
wrote
the grant?
the
No, that was
project
just.
narrative?
Oh, as far as the application is concerned, that's where we use the Rex consultant.
So you.
There
This
was
is
a-
called a
there-
redevelopment plan. That was the first time I've heard that word in all the conversations we've had, even with the consultants. So, to my mind, just by that nature, it is implying that the plan is for redevelopment, is for development. I'm sorry?
I'm trying to find where it says redevelopment, that's me talking.
Okay, well, I can do a
Do
control
that,
F.
even if it does,
So can I say, because even.
There are 17 results of the word redevelopment in the document.
Go on, Maria, I'm sorry.
I hear what you're saying about the word, about that word, using redevelopment and using development, and yes, it does to mention housing as an option in the grant. But what is also in the project description in narrative is a significant discussion on the wide range of uses of the property. The value of it says right here, the value of local ecology, recreation, in addition to economic development. And so, I think we may have touched on this even in an earlier conversation, that redevelopment may or may not, and again, the author would have to, the author of that, and who used that word would have to clarify their intent, so agreed. But to me, even if this is part of it or all of it is left as open space, there is still some plan of development in that we would have to control. Development to me in this plan does not solely mean housing. It means development of this entire space in all of the uses of the space. So we would have to even what is left is open space, or if it's all open space, we're still gonna have to control for invasive species. We're gonna have to make sure that the habitats that are there are not destroyed in some way. We're gonna have to mitigate if there is any hazards to mitigate. If we're going to leave it as space for trails and recreation, there is development of the infrastructure that we're going to need in order to make that happen, in order to keep those trails there. So when I read the narrative and read about the possibilities that they're talking about on that land, and then I hear the word redevelopment, to me that word redevelopment applies to all of the points that they're talking about, not just the housing point. But again, I didn't write that and I didn't put that word in there, so.
That's exactly why we would like the entire board to be part of that, because that's the way you read it. I guarantee you that the way that the people from all of these different committees are going to read it is very different than that. And they're not going to, they may not have you there to explain the nuance of what redevelopment is.
And I could be
but you're-
wrong, because I'm not the one
but
who
you're-
put that word in there, but that's how I view it.
But you
I-
might be
I
wrong on
understand.
that too,
I
David.
think you're valid.
Of course, we would be there. That's the whole point. So we would be there. This isn't being done in a vacuum. The discussion in terms of us, we applied for a grant to help us provide for, or to hire a consultant to help us determine how best to utilize this property.
Well, if
It's an economic development grant, okay? I can tell you from having conversations, I've talked to the people who do this grant, I told them in no uncertain terms, we may not, at the end of the day, put a structure on this building, on this property. I said, we may be looking at an open space type of an endeavor. If we do that, are we in violation of the grant? No. This was the head of the department who indicated that that's the case. So I knew going in and signing these documents that we could use this money to do what we wanted to do. The discussion here isn't about the money and what the money is for. The discussion here is in my opinion, is solely with regard to the steering committee and how it's made up. That's the discussion that we have here. But in terms of your concerns about this saying redevelopment and us having to develop the grant, we may end up doing development, but we don't have to. And that's been made clear to us. So the words
Development of housing, but there could be development of others, and
if we make it a nature reserve and we want to put up a building and we want to put a structure up there as a nature, as a learning center, that's development.
And page 3 with the 3 dots, when it's at the under expected outcomes and impacts to project area, I could be wrong about the use in other parts, but that part kind of explains that the redevelopment plan incorporates all of these things, open space, recreational amenities. So it's on
I get
page
it,
3. Yeah.
It does say that there are sentences in here, one or two that are kind of slipped in. My concerns about the application, and then maybe it's just application, filling out, trying to like you're filling out your job, your resume, and you're embellishing or whatever it is. But there were things in here that I've never seen in our strategic plan.
Correct.
There was a reference to
Transportation hub.
transportation hubs and transit that was in there that is not in our strategic plans, never been discussed at this board, to my knowledge. There's a statement about, this one was really out there, apparently a Wilbur Cross Parkway exit to get people, to connect to Route 34, and, that's like outer space out there.
But isn't everything on the table until we get all the information?
Well,
that we
we've
need?
never talked about asking the state to put exits out off the Wilbur Cross Parkway into our town in order to drive people to a development that we don't have. No, we've never talked about that.
Planning on the country club property, that tunnel project hasn't gotten done. It's been 15 years of them telling us it's happening in the next 20 years, and it's still 20 years in the future.
Yeah.
We could never use an interchange with the Route 15. So I was also surprised to see that in here.
But
I
again-
actually went back, can I just, one thing?
Please.
I went back to the Cooper Robertson proposal, and I'm trying to understand the difference between, we're not yet under contract with Cooper Robertson, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so the Cooper Robertson proposal has a project management and coordination plan here. It has envisioning, and I see Board of Selectmen, Board of Selectmen, Board of Selectmen in their proposal. I think it's a good idea that we continue to have that role as the Board of Selectmen, because ultimately we have to bring it to voters, and I feel it's really important for us all to be at the meetings. I've committed to say I will attend every meeting, whether I'm on the committee or whether I'm not on the committee. But my bigger question, though, is if we have a Cooper Robertson proposal that says there's a staff committee, staff only, which if the attorney could maybe weigh in to help us understand how committees work. Staff committees with a hired consultant can meet without public notice because they're doing staff work. Is that correct?
A committee made up of purely staff
Microphone.
people?
Mm-hmm.
Use the microphone.
I mean,
they
there's
can
lots
hear.
of staff meetings that take place that are not publicly noticed.
I haven't had a microphone for
Just trying to think.
8 months here. You expect me to?
Yeah. So Nick, there are plenty of committee meetings that happen at town hall that are staff only and the public's not invited, and in fact, they can't come in and witness the meeting, right? So Cooper Robertson seems to be envisioning that as a day-to-day, I think they say bi-weekly, and then an engagement of stakeholders, and then interaction with the Board of Selectmen. So Cooper Robertson is laying out one thing. Now, Mika, you mentioned there's a document we don't yet have. I think we probably all do need to see that before we can continue this conversation. But
No, I think we can continue the conversation because I think
Well,
it's a
I
decision
need
we
to
have to
let's
make.
say conclude
We'd have to,
conversation.
we
Yeah.
have to make a decision as how we would move forward on this no matter what. What I need you to understand is that I'm certain that we can utilize this money and use it in the way we see is the most effective without concern for the result. In other words, they're not going to turn around and say, hey, you didn't build housing, you got to pay us $132,000. That's not going to happen. They were clear on that. And I'm almost embarrassed to go back to them and try to solidify that, because I couldn't have been more clear with them.
And you've
to
made
make
that
sure
clear to us.
before.
But it's the
Before.
process, Mika, the process of, if what is here in Cooper Robertson, can we still do that with this document that we haven't seen yet? I'd like to see it. Because if we can still do what Cooper Robertson has laid out, and the bar grant funds
The document
some
you
other
haven't-
process where there's a steering committee that puts those stakeholders together, and they have some public meetings, and we can all attend the public meetings, that's fine. But in terms of what Cooper Robertson doesn't have a steering committee in there.
They do have a committee. They clearly indicate that they're looking for stakeholder input on there.
Stakeholder
Stakeholder
engagement is not a committee
stakeholder
necessarily.
No, stakeholders are conservation. Stakeholder is recreation.
And I agree
Stakeholder is
wholeheartedly
Coupon.
that they should all be involved. Those are stakeholders.
Those
and
are
that
stakeholders.
stakeholder role, absolutely.
But that's what Cooper Robertson is saying that they're looking for as well. So the consultant
Right.
is indeed agreeing with what I'm saying. We're saying, keep them all out. I feel that that's entirely
No, I don't think we're
too
saying keep them all
exclusionary.
out. I don't think that
I'm
we
not-
don't want
That's
stakeholder
what you're saying.
engagement.
We're the only ones who will
What
have
I
input into
actually am
this.
saying is not specific to the steering committee. I mean, I'm happy to contribute to that. We kind of digressed off of the initial concerns I expressed. But Board of Selectmen wasn't mentioned at all in the description of the steering committee.
Oh, it is mentioned.
Here.
It is.
The name is meant.
It is. It says it says staff and EDC, Board of Selectmen is next. Unless I read it.
Did I
unless
misread it?
Section 4, page 7.
Town staff in collaboration with EDC assisted. Okay.
Okay. So what I'm saying is,
But that's not all
see
of
where
us.
where we have the disconnect. No, you're fine.
Siri, we need a lot of help. Please.
Siri knows you need help.
Siri might not be able to help me in this situation.
Call in Chat
What I'm
GPT.
suggesting is very specifically that we need to include these other entities in any kind of a collaboration or effort to move forward with the consultant. Sure. We should not be doing that on our own.
I think we all agree.
I
Well, then
agree with that.
that's,
The question
I think
is,
we're all talking about the
what's
same
our
thing then.
role as a Board of Selectmen? And I think we
Decisions.
thought, well, Cooper Robertson had us more central than, and I haven't seen the document that I haven't seen, so I want to reserve comment on that.
See, I can tell you, Sheila, the document you haven't seen is the terms and conditions associated with it's not anything that's going to scare you or upset you in regards to what it says.
But does
The
it say
only
we're
thing that
having
it
an
says-
ad hoc committee that's not the
No, what
Board
it
of
says
Selectmen?
is that the agreement includes the application, it includes the proposal, it includes the financial summary, it includes all the documents that are associated with the entire application process. Part of that application process is exactly what I'm bringing up to you now, and that's the part that says we would have more than just the Board of Selectmen as a committee. That's my concern. That's what I'm bringing to this board, because I feel like
Right.
we did have discussion on that where we may not be on the same page. And that's
Well,
why I felt it was important
I
that we
think we had
discuss it.
agreement that we were going to function.
Yeah,
And
but-
Mika and I agree, and I don't want to divert from that conversation, but I also just want to touch back so that we can move forward to that conversation. This grant application coming from the state, coming from the Economic Development Office. So, if I may, were some of your concerns, Andrea, in section 5 when it talks about relation to state policies, because then it talked about the transit and it talked about all of those things in there. When I read that, I looked at that as similar to when a hospital or university is offering a grant. They have certain goals for the department in mind, and so sometimes when they give money out, that money has to fit, what that use is for has to fit within their goals. And when I looked at section 5, to me, that was the state justifying why this money could be used, not that this was the direction we were going in. This was like their page of justification, just kind of like if I applied for a research grant and it had to fit within, if there was a private entity giving it or a public entity and they had a list of goals. So it's clear to
So the
me.
state wrote the project narrative?
The state, well, I at least
Application,
assume
no.
that
As I
it came
told
from
you,
section
This
5.
thing that we
The
saw,
regs.
B, project narrative.
No, the
Who wrote
project
it?
narrative, that's the application. I told you that was done with the staff along with the
Staff here.
consultant. Along with the consultant, correct.
Along with the consultant.
Correct.
So it was not the state justifying it, it was us, or those people, justifying to the state.
As a result, and the
To
That it
consultant.
would-
an
so-
appealing application.
So that
If
they
it's
could, so
from a
that they
grant
could
writing
justify it to
perspective.
whoever they have to justify it to.
Yeah, that makes sense from a grant writing perspective.
Right.
I write grants, I get that.
That's what it's, that's what
And
it is.
My
if we
concern
are
about it-
obligated,
That's exactly what I'm saying. We're not. We're not.
We look at in the contract. Don't look at, can I take a second, please?
Please, yeah.
We look at the
No, I've been
contract.
pretty
The
quiet.
project description is very clear, and it's exactly what we've
oh,
talked
we
about
haven't
doing.
seen the contract.
Yeah.
Well, I have it in my packet. I don't know.
Which one? Are you talking
Yes.
about the
The
proposal?
signed
Are you talking
contract?
this, are you talking this one?
You're talking about the letter that.
Yeah, this is, no, you have this. This is the
The signed contract's in our packet. The signed contract shows the project description.
There is a different contract that you didn't get, but this is a Ts and Cs. This is the terms and conditions. This is indemnity. This is
It's in
conflict of
everyone's
interest.
packet,
This
right?
is,
Everyone has
It
the,
is.
that's the proposal that was signed, that went in with the grant application, and everyone has that, yes, Steve.
So the
MP signed.
yes, the MP signed contract. This is the signed contract we have. The $132,000 grant funds will be used by the applicant to assess the 155-acre property, formerly the Country Club of Woodridge, and plan for a comprehensive redevelopment vision for passive recreation, active recreation, open space, housing, or mixed-use development hereby the project. That's the contract that's been signed.
Right.
That's what's there. So it doesn't. We're not committed to doing housing. We're not committed. These are things to a
Right,
vision
and
of the
Mika
state.
has, Mika
So-
has told us as much.
Right. That so is.
Steve,
I feel
but-
like the suggestion is that we are now committed to something different.
Right,
This is
but
what
no,
we've talked
no,
about
no, no.
throughout.
The problem here is that we're now committed to a different group who Mika has not committed to, but a different group to be running the whole thing. Apparently, the entire interaction with Cooper Robertson, unless we see differently in what we signed. Whereas when we were talking about, it was exactly what Sheila said when
I'm
we were
with
talking
you.
about Cooper
I was
Robertson.
trying to address other concerns that were made that as
Right.
if we were.
I don't think we
but
have
even
those.
that,
Well-
David, is not entirely the
Those are not the
case.
concerns
What
we're
we're
worried
saying,
about.
it's a broader group. It's not a different group. The Board of Selectmen is still a part of that in
Yeah.
a significant way. It's just a broader group. It's not exclusively the Board of Selectmen, which I think is a wrong direction to go, for it to
Well-
be exclusively the Board of Selectmen.
So, Mika,
What about
I
this
don't-
other group then, excuse me, I just want to, the potential public-private partnerships? So where do they come in? Because they're on the next paragraph down under Roman numeral II, whatever that is, Scrog, Rex Development, I understand that. Woodbridge Rotary, I understand that. Yale University, I do not understand, other than a lot of people work there.
Yale probably has experts both on, from an open space perspective, land use experts, that if they were willing to contribute to this particular project, why would we not want them to contribute? If
Okay.
it's somebody from Scrog has an expertise.
But that's
that-
not an exhaustive
No,
list, correct?
That's, no, what do you
Okay.
say
Well-
exhaustive?
Potential.
Yeah,
It's a
that's not-
potential.
That's not saying you have to have any of this. It's, the one thing.
It says potential.
Potential.
Are those people that were, I mean, New Haven Chamber of Commerce, City of New Haven? I just don't see, University of New Haven, okay. Those, I doubt that they will really have any effect in a real way on this unless we do get some expertise from somebody down there, but.
Right.
They have people who live in this town and they may be interested in investing in the town as a whole.
Well,
have a lot of people
at one
interested,
point in
they can't all
our
serve.
narrative, we described the land as being adjacent to Yale.
Well, exactly.
Well,
yeah,
it
there's
is
connection to the
adjacent
preserve.
if you neglect the fact that there's a major interstate, there's a major parkway that goes between them. Yeah,
No,
if you want to walk to the adjacent thing and get through that.
There's actually a piece of the Yale Preserve that is on Woodbridge property. It's a very small piece. It's around the Johnson Road area there, but it's actually
Oh, yeah.
connected to Woodbridge.
Where the
Right,
It's
right,
actually
interchange will
connected to
go.
Woodbridge.
Right.
Right where the
So
interchange.
in
But you still
reality-
have to go across.
No,
to
you don't.
get-
That's what I'm saying. In
No, no, no.
reality, all it provides is an access.
Yeah.
There is a way to access that Yale Preserve through Woodbridge. There's a way.
Yeah, I
Look
know.
on it on a
I've
map.
done it.
Right, so
I know
that's,
exactly where you're talking about.
so there may be some synergy there. There may be some opportunity there that we may want to look at. And the only way we can do that is if we had somebody from
But
Yale.
it's a pretty far trek to
So
the
this-
property that we're talking about remediating
And
on.
this is scope
Depending
creep.
on what we do.
So can I ask a question about the
Sure.
scope? On page 3 at the top, the broad description, it's talking about exhibits D1 and D2. I don't have those. What are these parcels? At the beginning, it says six parcels.
yeah.
I don't know what that is. includes the former country club site in a small adjacent area that would promote pedestrian connectivity to the town business district. That's not small. We're pretty far from the business district. So what area was indicated, and are we locked into that? Do we need to include that? Because my concern here is scope creep. We have Cooper Robertson, we don't yet have Cooper Robertson, but when we have them under contract, they're not going to be able to double their amount of hours to look at more things than we originally asked them to look at. This new document, the BAR project narrative, seems like a big expansion on what we were trying to do. I was hoping we would have a master plan for the country club parcels.
I'm sorry, Sheila, could you reference where you were looking at before?
I'm looking at top of page 3 in the BAR narrative. Broad
Okay.
description of project and BAR project area. Those attachments aren't here, D1 and D2, unless I'm missing.
No, we didn't get that.
And D would say to me there's probably an A, B, and C, but I don't know what those are. So I do feel like we need more information. I don't want to belabor, we're late tonight. I don't know, Mika, were we trying to have an action tonight, or we were just discussing?
No, just wanted to bring it up, as I
So we
say,
can
because it
continue the
differs from some
discussion?
of the discussion we had before.
Okay.
As relates specifically to the group that would actually be
Right. And I think,
working on
you know,
this.
my initial reaction to reading this was also surprised because we lost what I thought was going to be our direct interaction with Cooper Robertson.
But you haven't.
We haven't lost it entirely, and you
Not
can
yet.
be sure that I will make a point to be at every one of those meetings, no matter
Excellent.
what.
Excellent.
But I'm very concerned that whoever wrote this document put the word housing in it 26 or 27 times. I think, other than the and other connecting, I think that may be the largest number of any references. And so it reads very much like a housing document. That's what it reads like.
We were
Because
looking-
I saw housing,
we were-
housing, and I saw little references to recreation. and open
I'll
space.
reference what Andrea said before. You're writing a grant to get the grant.
I get it.
You're writing it to the Department of Economic and Community Development, Economic and Community Development.
I get it.
They're the ones who had the money that we had an opportunity to receive. I don't see that the method in which to do that would be to downplay what there is a priority for them, although I do want to make sure, and I did make sure, that it did not commit us to doing what they would like to see us do, but rather giving us the opportunity to plan the way we want to plan. That's what we went after. That's what we were successful in getting. That's $132,000 that we don't have to pay.
I understand.
So that's what I'm saying, David. So there is no, it could say it 100 times. They came back and they told us, clearly that, no, you don't have to do housing.
I don't think that's the part that we're concerned about, because I think that we all agree. I think you're right. You're representing that we all agree, we have an open mind, and we're going to be looking at the parcel potentially for some housing. The question is how much. But I think what I'm hearing the concern is the role of the Board of Selectmen being central, and what we laid out in the strategic plan, and we've been talking about for years, David and I at least, for years on the Board of Selectmen, but the newcomers as well, was that the Board of Selectmen needed to be in the center of this process.
We're not
And if we're
disagreeing
going to
on that.
expend $190,000 with Cooper Robertson for another committee to work with Cooper Robertson, I feel like we're going to miss out on our opportunity to be part of crafting
You're
this.
being very selective. We're
I'm
not
not saying at the
disagreeing. We're not,
exclusion.
you are.
I'm not
You
saying
are.
at the
You're saying-
exclusion.
You're saying
No.
you don't want the board alone you're saying you want the board alone to do it.
I
I'm saying
want
very.
stakeholder input.
Okay.
I want to be very clear.
So
I-
getting
I
the input
agree
would
with
be
you.
at those meetings.
I very much agree with the role of stakeholders, the Conservation Commission, COOPOP.
Okay.
I don't know if TPZ can actually do it, but if they
Right, I
can.
agree. Chris,
Recreation should be added, EDC should be very important as well. But my question, I guess, is are we locked into a different steering committee, or can we be committee of the whole in charge of the project? And I don't know the answer.
No, if you're looking at including stakeholders, why would a stakeholder, don't you think they would want the same thing you're asking for? Don't you think conservation would
different
want
role.
input and would want to vote and would want to say
So if you go
into what
back,
they have?
if you go back to the Cooper Robertson scope, they detail what stakeholder engagement is. It is not, and the role of the Board of Selectmen is clear. I'd like us to stay true to that, and I would like our work with Cooper Robertson to be as efficient as it can be. We were already asking them to do a lot of work that they might not have time for. I want to streamline this process, and my other concern here, I don't know if I got the answer from
I'm
you.
not seeing how the
about whether
process,
staff
I don't
members.
see how there's anything in here that dictates that there's going to be a greater need for what Cooper Robertson's going to do what we guide them to do.
But if there's an ad hoc country club steering committee, which would be
Yes.
the name of it, right? And it has volunteers on it, those are publicly noticed meetings. They're,
Sheila, if we have the committee, we're publicly noticed meetings. That doesn't change a thing.
no, if you have a staff-only committee,
Well, you're not staff.
I'm asking the attorney, though.
But you're not-
I don't want to be
you're
part of
not
the staff committee. So Cooper Robertson has 3 different things in their scope. If we go back to, I don't know if you
We're
guys have
paying
that
them.
in
We
front of you.
dictate.
Okay, so Board of Selectmen, just Board of Selectmen, staff committees that meet more regularly to work out details, and then a stakeholder engagement process, partly driven by the staff saying, hey, you need a stakeholder from conservation, you need a stakeholder here, you need a stakeholder there. So the staff committee is doing the bulk of the work, and you'll
But-
be able to get this done in the number of hours they probably have allocated.
And
I don't
think-
know that they have,
I
look
think
how
we're
many
s-
hours we're spending.
I think we're saying the same thing, and that's unfortunate, because, yes, you're right. The Cooper Robertson says Board of Selectmen. In terms of the decisions, it is the Board of Selectmen. The decisions that will be made by this board. The staff will need to work with Cooper Robertson outside of the Board of Selectmen meetings, outside of the steering committee meetings, the stakeholder meetings, but there will also be a stakeholder meeting. I'm talking about the stakeholder meeting. I'm not changing the Board of Selectmen's role in terms of making the decisions related to what we do. We will continue to do that. It's the only way that that's a process. That's not something that we need to designate. That's something that's a fact, that's how we operate. What I'm saying is that the staff will indeed work with Cooper Robertson in terms of day-to-day type things that we don't need everybody in the world to work along, but we also do need a committee of different members in order to, in that
But
committee,
that's-
that committee meets the criteria we need that was outlined in this grant proposal. So we can use the money because we are doing what we said we would do, and we are using a steering committee to do it. That's it, guys. That's all, that's where I am.
But there's no steering committee in the Cooper Robertson. They have the planning committee, which is staff.
Stakeholder meeting, it's just, that's semantics.
So-
We're
That's
not under contract with them at this point. I think it's a pretty simple
We're not.
move forward with them. There's going to be a group that's working with Cooper Robertson.
Isn't it
Or
us?
if we're still on there too.
Not all of
Yes, we will
us.
be working with Cooper Robertson.
So
There
if
will be
we
times
all
where
come
Cooper
to the
Robertson
meeting?
is in this room.
You may think that it's simple, but
Noticed.
apparently it isn't.
So, but again, what my feeling is, there will be times where Cooper Robertson will be in this room addressing us and discussing with us. We will make decisions that impact in terms of where we're going, how we're moving forward. There will be times where the staff meets with Cooper Robertson and we have the discussions that we need to have with them. There will be times where the stakeholders meet with Cooper Robertson. The stakeholder meeting is important because we're using money that indicates we should have a stakeholder group.
Yeah.
Group.
Right.
Call it stakeholder.
Key
Call it
stakeholders.
steering committee, whatever you want to call it. To me, that's semantics, because it's people who will be involved in the process. And that's what they're looking for.
So to comply with the grant, you're asking that at some point that steering committee may have a couple of members of the Board of Selectmen as we engage with those other stakeholders. But then we're all coming back to this table.
Particularly since it's important to the Board of Selectmen,
Correct.
to the
So there's
folks
some
who are-
Board of Selectmen representation when we have
Correct.
that stakeholder meeting.
Correct.
And that satisfies the grant stipulation that we have a steering committee, but this entire Board of Selectmen will be steering the project and moving us forward.
Correct.
And
We're just
Tony,
having
what-
representation with the stakeholders when we have those meetings.
Then just call it a stakeholder group and don't call it an ad hoc committee.
Well, the grant says it's a steering committee, so whatever
I would go with
satisfies
the-
So,
the
but
stipulations
that's not
of
what
the
Cooper
grant.
Robertson is.
But Cooper Robertson
they're gonna
isn't
have to
giving us
comply with the grant.
$132,000.
So we're gonna have
Andrea,
to
when
change
we-
their
When we
semantics
talked with
to-
Cooper Robertson, didn't we talk exactly about how to keep the Board of Selectmen at the center, and they said,
They were supportive of that. They were supportive of that.
And that's-
The other consultant wasn't as supportive of that.
And I don't see how we wouldn't be at the center of it since we make the decisions.
Yes, though, then
What
I
is our,
read this document. Sorry, Dave?
What is our cash input into this, Tony? We get this 132,000 from, and some of it has to go into the actual assessment of the brownfield, and then the rest of it is a planning thing. What is our piece in that? We've got money set aside that goes in to supplement the 132,000.
Right, we have, about $30,000.
30,000.
Yeah.
It's in
Give the
there.
exact amount.
Yeah,
It's a little more than that.
We still need a funding request for that?
It's a total of 147 is what we got,
147,
our piece and their piece.
Yeah.
The
That's
132, so
132,
it's $35,000.
Yeah.
They're giving us 132.
Yeah.
We have a match, that's why.
Yeah. There was, or 15 was actually that's where it came out to
Right.
the minimum we need to provide is 15, I'm sorry.
That's
Because
correct.
it's a total of 147.
But our contract with Cooper Robertson at that price did not include the brownfield assessment.
Correct.
Correct.
So that's gonna be in another, they're gonna
We
charge.
will have a funding
There's gonna be
request.
20,000 or something for that.
Correct,
right?
Yes.
that's correct, yeah.
So then we will be out 30.
Well, it depends.
It'll be our full 35,000 is what you're saying.
We have a total of 147 budgeted, 132 in the 15 right now.
Right.
Okay, so part of the grant includes, there's only 110 associated with the planning. Then there's some that's associated with remediation, with the remediation study.
Yeah, but that's,
The phase one.
right,
Which
but,
isn't.
but our contract with Cooper Robertson was gonna be coming in at, what was the number?
Almost 200,000.
Almost
That's it,
200.
Correct.
Right.
But they also said that they would be willing, during our discussions with them, that they would be willing to split it into the two
Split it
funds.
into different pieces
To
so that we could go across
years.
it.
Correct.
Go across budget
Correct.
years.
Go
Which
across
is so that
budget
we
years.
could
Right,
potentially
right,
fund
right.
it.
Now,
Correct.
I'm remembering that as you,
Yeah. Yeah,
as
so-
you say that.
So again, from my perspective, there is no doubt in my mind we can use the grant the way we want to use the grant. I think
But that means
can
that
settle
we-
on semantics.
if
and-
that goes across budget years, we have a much bigger portion of Cooper Robertson. And this brownfield grant is focused on brownfield. I just don't want the tiny part of the brownfield to start to drive so much of the discussion
Well, the
because
I don't know how big an area it is.
I really thought that, yes, at the end of the day, it's going to be our decision, but I honestly don't feel that we, as a board, certainly the last 6 years, the 2 years that I was on the previous board, I don't think we ever interacted with any of these commissions in any real way. Certainly not that the board sat there and talked about it and said told them what to do. And I don't know whether or not the previous first selectman ever said anything to direct them about what the board wanted. And I know that our strategic initiatives may have been shared, but I doubt that they were ever read because I haven't seen any real response from any of those people. So I really don't think that the rest of that group is as engaged in the process as we are, looking at cost of the town, the ramifications, and all that
I agree.
across a broad
I agree.
range.
I think that group wants to be. I think representatives of that group would want to be if we give them the opportunity. And we haven't been successful in getting anything done so far, so maybe doing it in this
Well,
way might be.
Board of
a new-
Selectmen hasn't had the chance yet. I mean,
Right.
we're giving up before we're got the ball in our hands.
Why? I can't disagree with you more. I mean, we have the control over it because we are the Board of Selectmen. We have major representation on any committee that's formed. We would have major representation on any committee that's formed. I don't understand why you would say that we don't have control. I don't.
Well, I was part of how those committees were formed. That would be one reason that I would say we don't have control. There may be somebody that has control, but for a lot of the people who are on any of those groups, they were placed there by someone who isn't even elected.
Are you understanding, like, potential impact of having.
But it exists on the board. It
Yeah,
exists on the board. So, well, yeah, I get it,
we
and
ran
I'll
for
be very
office,
candid.
though.
I try to be candid as I
We were
possibly can.
elected.
I think what you're referring is to politics. I think you're referring to party representation or the way the parties feel.
Well,
You know,
no,
so,
I mean,
but that
there's
exists.
a difference between elected officials and people who are appointed by somebody who's not an elected official.
Okay, and?
And for the last 10 years, I think it's been a defective process. I commend you on your attempt to make that process a much better and more open and much more transparent process, because I think it will be for the betterment of our town.
But again, if this is a steering committee whose main priority is not to make decisions, but rather to guide the process, and the decisions are being made by the Board of Selectmen, and the Board of Selectmen are engaged in every single aspect. You've just indicated, two of you have indicated, you want to attend every single meeting, so you'll know every single thing that's going on. So whenever you have a meeting, you can contribute it. You call me, you know that we need to put in something on the agenda to have a discussion on, you know that it'll be done. So we will be discussing this, we will be looking at this on a constant basis. Where do you lose control?
When it's not the five of us who make the decision
But
about
it-
who's on that steering committee.
The other thing I'd just mention is that
Well,
there was
that's
a
a good question.
The
previous.
committee isn't making the decisions, it's just helping to gather the input from the stakeholders, unless I'm, and,
They're going to make a recommendation to the Board of Selectmen.
Which it will include
right, but there
members.
has to be some kind of steering committee to comply with the grant.
Well, they're not necessarily. The
And
Board of
there
Selectmen
generally
could
would be some sort of steering committee to do anything.
be- Right. So the thing I was going to mention is we did have an ad hoc committee that was in charge of coming up with a plan for the country club in the past. That did exist. Carolyn Wolf chaired that.
Okay,
It was during the POCD process 10 years ago.
okay.
It did not meet with success. We've tried that route, having a separate steering committee so the Board of Selectmen was not running the process.
That was not with a consultant and funding, correct?
I
There
think
was
they
not
had,
put together a
they,
master
well,
plan
no,
in
they
this way.
work with Malone and McBroom. It was part of the POCD process. So there
Was there any
there was
requirement
some.
from a funding standpoint?
I wasn't part of that committee, so I can't speak to that committee. I can just tell you that
No,
it did not meet with success in the end. So the idea of having not the Board of, that is why we have it in the strategic plan as the Board of Selectmen's the center of this. We don't say anything about a steering committee. We do talk about stakeholder input, and I
Yeah,
want
we
to make
do.
clear once again that I think that's very important, and I want a role for stakeholder input.
I'm not saying anything different. That's exactly what I'm looking at. So how do they get the input? We make the decisions, we go to the meetings, and then we say to them, hey, what do you think?
I think the public expects us to take this role. I mean, we've had this
We
conversation already.
are taking this role. We are making the decisions.
I would think the public expectation would be that there would be broad engagement in this process.
So would I.
And from what I've seen, tonight we had the Conservation Commission here, we've had Housing Commission here in the past, we had Planning and Zoning here previously, we've seen from Coupop. Our citizens are incredibly well engaged and are working hard on their commissions. And this is an opportunity where they can really have an impact. I think that's what everybody serving on a commission wants. And so this is an opportunity to invite them into a process that's critical to our future. So I'm really excited for this to be an opportunity. I would be concerned, and I think we would hear more if they were left out of it. I absolutely think the Board of Selectmen is going to have a key role. There's no decision that happens without us. We will be included on this steering committee as well as having a role throughout. So I'm excited to see this, so because I think the people, if they know that this is potentially coming, are probably excited to serve. And I think that's how we're going to get the best from our town.
I would imagine if it were if the steering committee were exclusively Board of Selectmen members, that just how the Board of Selectmen engaged boards and commissions leading up to the consultant interviews, the Board of Selectmen would engage them throughout the whole process and with the consultant and through community engagement meetings. And so all of this is to say, in no version, from what I'm hearing from Sheila and everybody, there is no version where stakeholders, boards, and commissions are not being engaged. That is not an option. I don't think anybody is asking for that or is advocating for that, rather.
But in this case, we have an opportunity for a grant of $132,000 where a committee with those stakeholders is what is being outlined as being part of the process.
Because someone proposed that.
The
If we had proposed a different
Oh, I can tell you,
process-
I absolutely am for having a broader group of people be engaged in the process.
So you proposed
So
it.
we proposed this, because we
Yes.
wrote this document.
We did, and as I said, I told you we were.
We proposed this in spite of the fact that we said the Board of Selectmen was gonna do it.
David, that was done way before we had any discussions along those lines. That was way before we did. This grant, we've been waiting for what, 5 months?
So if we had seen this
So-
narrative, we would have known that.
That was done to get
I would
some
have
money.
liked to seen this 5 months ago.
And in fact, I think the townspeople should see this. I think this should, I don't think it's required to be made publicly accessible, but.
It is.
No,
It
we're
is.
talking
It's
about
anything we
how it
do.
is.
It's in
And
the
the whole,
package.
the whole document, I would like to see the whole document. I was so taken back by the words here, and words matter. Words matter. And if staff, whoever, there is bias, even
Andrea?
Mika,
I guess,
please,
please, go ahead.
even with the understanding that you integrate strategy when grant writing, okay? So I understand, you gotta make it fit the applicant's needs. There are biases, or maybe perhaps as best exhibited by what is omitted, then, or the ratio of including certain thoughts or scenarios or pursuits relative to others. But there's also information in here that I'm not sure is true. And I feel less confident about this process moving forward as a result. If this is what the steering committee, and I understand, I've heard you say, and Steve say that we're not contractually obligated to these words. But if this is what is guiding the steering committee, this grant, we have to do grant reporting. I'd imagine most grants require of reporting every quarter, every year, whatever it may be, to make sure that we're in compliance or on track, or that the state can report deliverables. How is that all going to align with the conversations we've had as a board to date in the context of this very differently framed grant narrative?
Let me, maybe if I frame it this way. I felt it was important to bring up the point that this narrative was included as part of the contractual, it was referenced as part of the contract. Because I felt that we had a discussion with regards to the Board of Selectmen versus, so I felt it was important to bring that up. That was the only distinction in this language that had any bearing that I felt was worth bringing up. Had that not been the case, had we all agreed that, yeah, we should have CUPAP, we should have conservation, we should have that, we would have reported today that we got the grant, we signed the document, we're ready to go, there's some administration stuff we have to do. Wouldn't have been an issue.
Okay, so
And
my
we would have
follow-up.
proceeded, but let me finish. We would have proceeded exactly like we always had planned to. What I'm suggesting now is we will proceed exactly as we had always planned to. I have identified with the grant provider that we can. The one distinction is this stakeholder group. That's the one distinction. Aside from that, we can do exactly what we've always been going to do. But the one distinction is this stakeholder group. So despite what the words say, we have received assurances from the grant provider that we can move forward with our planning the way we had intended to move forward. What I'm suggesting we do is we include a stakeholder group so as to be in full compliance and have no issues whatsoever, so that we can use the money to do what we want to do with it. That's what I'm presenting, and apparently I haven't done it very well. So, but that's really what it boils down to.
So the document says stakeholder engagement process. And I will say, I think we all agree we want stakeholder engagement. So I think it comes down to, is there an ad hoc committee, or is there a stakeholder engagement process? And maybe we can plan to talk about this at a future meeting when we have more information in front of us, including the scope of this thing, you know, what those exhibits are, et cetera.
I think it's a topic we will be discussing, because what do we do have is missing here is Cooper and Robertson and the discussion in their scope. So I think, I feel this is an important discussion, because it was something that was differed from what we said in the past, and I felt compelled to make sure that I pointed that out to everyone, so I certainly appreciate the dialogue. That's what we did it for. But ultimately, I do truly feel the difference here is that, period. We can do exactly what we had always intended to do. And the only stipulation I'll say is that we now need to consider doing something with the stakeholder group that goes beyond just the Board of Selectmen. So we will. If it's all right with everyone else, we'll move forward. We'll start negotiating with Cooper and Robertson and develop their scope so that we can hopefully all feel more comfortable that we're going to move forward in this in the right way. If there's more you want to say, by all means, say it. You sure?
I'm fine.
There'll be more discussion.
I'm sure.
There's no decisions being made right now. David?
Fine.
Sheila? Good. Steve, Maria? All right. Next item on the agenda, the ordinance committee update. Should be exciting, right, Steve?
All right. So
Load your shotguns.
I'm happy to report that the ordinance committee met last month, and if, since this was somewhat new to me, if you are looking for the ordinance committee, for viewers out there, and you're looking for the ordinance committee reports, you need to look in the Board of Selectmen section on the Woodbridge Town website. It's not a separate committee with its own thing in there, so if you're looking for the ordinance committee, go to the Board of Selectmen and look at the agenda and minutes, and you'll see our ordinance minutes.
We're working on it.
Yeah, could be. And you'll also find strategic planning minutes there. That's the place if you want to find it. So if you're wondering where it is, because I was, that's where. Where is our committee notes being shown publicly? So that's the place to look. So some items of note, we talked about a potential to create, we looked at building commissions, and we looked at examples of other town building commissions that exist, noting as it's come up throughout, these past several months, the number of building projects in Woodbridge in their early stages, and the potential value to have a building commission, a central building commission, to help manage and prioritize these projects for potential cost savings. So we looked at what's happening in other towns, and the potential to do this in Woodbridge. So the commission could take a holistic look at our buildings, at our planning, their need for maintenance, repairs, things that we discussed earlier today with the proposed cultural community center. So a building commission could address some of these issues. So that is something that I think we'll have continued discussion going forward. We also have of key interest, I think, is the housing committee. There's an existing housing committee, and there's been public comment in the past about making this a permanent commission, and so that needs to go through the ordinance process. We are looking at making a commission, and what we would like to do is extend the existing housing committee's charge through the end of this year, and have potentially a new commission begin in January 1, 2025, and it would line up with the other commission dates. So currently, their charge is meant to expire in September. This would allow them to have a few months to transition and start with a new commission with a new ordinance as set in our codes, January 1 of 2025. So that was part of our discussion. There's a number of ordinances that may be impacted by our election change date from May to November. And so there are things that just need to be updated in that. So that's something that we've looked at. We've made a request to the Emergency Medical Services Commission to update their charge, given some changes over the years. So they are addressing that at their, I don't know what their next meeting date is, but that's on their table to report back to us.
They only meet quarterly.
And we have some more things on our table that need to come up soon. As came up with, you'll recall, the Earth Day event, hawking and peddling, and needing to update some of our codes to allow for easier vendor access and better permissions for the town can participate in things. So there's some things that need further discussion, but that's what's gone on at the Ordinance Committee. You can see these minutes again at the town site under Board of Selectmen. And I don't know if any of our other commission or committee members want to say anything about our meeting.
No,
No, I think there's a lot of discussion that we've had here and that about the building committee, having one overarching committee would really make it possible for us to do a better job of planning, long-range planning. And I think probably the reason that we don't have one is because our term is 2 years, and so everything is short-term when you're only in here for 2 years. But I think it's better for the town, and so that one was I doubt that anybody's going to really think that's not a great idea. And then the other one, of course, as you mentioned, the housing. We filed a housing plan with the state, saying what we were going to do, and one of the first things that we were going to do is to have permanent housing commission. So that was ignored by the previous board after they okayed it, after we okayed it, and probably should have done it then, but we got to get to that one because we said we were going to do it. So that's all I had to add.
I just have a question. So as part of the package for this agenda item, there were some, the Woodbridge Housing Committee charge and then examples of other towns' ordinances. I'm sorry. And same with the building. So are we here to discuss those and provide feedback when developing?
Not at this time.
Okay.
We wanted to share what we looked at. We looked at that
Okay.
so as a reference, and I think at our upcoming meetings we're going to get into a little more detail and to help guide that. And I think that would come before us at a future meeting.
Okay.
So I wanted you to see what we were looking at.
Okay.
So for reference, and then we'll obviously work with town council to make sure our ordinances are going to be appropriate for our town. So we're not necessarily importing something from Hamden that doesn't work right with our systems.
So if I understand correctly, we will have an opportunity to provide input before these are adopted, if that's the right word?
I think what you'll see in terms of process, and I think some people at this table have more experience with ordinance than I do by a lot, but I will say my expectation is that we will work on a draft at our future meetings. It will come before this committee, before it is passed.
Okay.
Here's what I might suggest. The ordinance meetings are noticed. There's minutes taken. So prior to the next ordinance meeting, if we can just include a message to the Board of Selectmen to review the information that's been provided in the package and input on it at that point in time going into that meeting so they can have your input for that meeting, that might be an appropriate way to make sure we have if we have the input, we share it.
That'd be great. Thank you.
So,
Yeah, and to make once we make an ordinance or decide to, then it has to go to a public hearing.
Okay.
And there's a time lag, so
It's about 3 months.
Actually, it's presented to the board. And if the board agrees with
Then it goes to a public
then it
hearing.
goes to,
Yes.
then
And
the
then
board
they
schedules a
don't
public
go
hearing.
into effect, you're right, somewhere in the charter, or after they're approved at a public hearing, they don't actually take effect until it's 90, I know, I just read that, it's a certain number of days.
We may be, it may be a while before we can get it done if we don't have it. I mean, we're
That's why I'm saying, if
a
you
third
want
of the way
input, I would
through our
look at the
term now,
information.
right?
Yeah, I already have, because I thought we were discussing these documents tonight. So I'd be happy to just.
Yeah, if you have things to share with you see the committee members on there, we're happy to share that.
Yeah, please. If
Yeah.
there's input that you have in regards to what's
not
on in the
regular, so-
package, please provide.
Yeah, we'll notice it.
I'm assuming, I don't know, we ought to work out that timeline, but I'm assuming that the ordinance committee is going to have to come up with an actual proposal before the next board meeting.
For
Yeah,
anything that we feel is that important, yes. We'd like to, when you have the meeting,
Yeah.
you'd like to have as much as possible included in that meeting.
Absolutely.
So-
Well, the other thing would be anything I don't know about amending, well, yeah, every amendment takes a public
Yes.
hearing.
Yes.
So just changing the dates, we can't even probably do that. I mean, it'd be hard to do it to take effect by January 1 if we don't get hustling on it, right?
I thought we already corrected all the things that were impacted by our switch of the elections.
No.
We corrected all the things that Jerry thought to me
needed to be
well, we did-
corrected, which was nothing.
But we did 2 passes of that. And so I actually had 2 questions for you about process here. So this meeting was at 10 a.m., but I don't think it was recorded. I can't watch the meeting, can I?
No,
Okay.
it's not.
So just a couple of thoughts. One, I don't see that the town attorney was there either, and we always had the town attorney at previous ordinance committee meetings because it's just a very efficient use of, you're going to have legal questions, and if the attorney's attending, that's usually helpful. But for the public, I think it's also really important that we have these recorded. And I know you talked about government access television, but I don't know what you said. But I do think that, especially if we're heading into things that are going to go to a public hearing, you're going to find it much more efficient to be able to say that, people who are interested can watch and get up
I
to
didn't
speed.
realize
And
that was
then
done in
ask
the
questions.
past. If I'd known it was done in
it's-
the past. it
Oh,
wasn't
yeah,
ever
we always
recorded.
met in here. We
it
always
was
met
never
in here and recorded.
I
Yeah.
never, all the years.
Yeah, yeah,
Ordinance meetings were not
The
recorded.
ones I sat on the last term, we never did
And the
that.
ones I sat on for the 2
I'll
terms
send you
before
the
that, they
videos.
never were recorded.
Yeah.
I can tell you
Okay.
unequivocally, the ones that I sat on were never recorded. And that was
Ours
4
were
years
never
ago.
recorded, and
So I didn't realize-
maybe,
I'll send you all some
I don't
links.
know that our town council was there either.
Not in every meeting. In this particular instance, we had talked about town council. In
I
this
never
case,
had one
we
without
we had said, let's
Well,
identify
but
what
look
we
who we
need
had.
to do before we
Yeah.
get town council involved, because they keep
Well,
track of their time.
sometimes they're, stitch and time saves 9. So you're going to be more efficient if you get them in before you go too far down the road.
Appreciate the input.
Yeah. That's
And
it.
and yes, I expect the next meeting, based on what we said,
Indeed.
yeah, we will have town council there.
Just for the sake of clarity, process-wise, what should happen is that the ordinance, technically subcommittee of this board, will make a recommendation based on input with me and whatever you come up with to the full Board of Selectmen that, hey, these are the changes that we believe would be appropriate, that we've identified. We've run them by town council, he approves or doesn't or whatever. And then if the full board is inclined to act favorably upon that recommendation, then yes, you need to set a public hearing then to let any members of the public come in, speak their mind about the proposal, and then it's ultimately the Board of Selectmen's decision. Our charter doesn't set out specific timeframes for when that public hearing has to transpire. It does set forth when an ordinance, after a public hearing and and the public hearing can occur the same night as Board of Selectmen action. So, this isn't really the heaviest lift, quite frankly, to get done before January, if that's the intention. There is a little bit of a lag time because if this board does approve a proposed ordinance change, it becomes effective, I want to say it's 15 days,
I think it's 30.
the town, within 5 days of the board's action, the town clerk then has to publish notice with, like, newspaper notice within 15 days saying, hey, this ordinance passed, and then there's a small, it's not a huge period of time that has to transpire. So, point is, that's really the process. The committee makes a recommendation to the full board. The full board, if they're on board, will schedule a public hearing, receive public input, and then make a decision. And then it's a matter of just putting notice out to the public that that was the decision that was made and letting this
And
less
there's
than a
no-
month time
there's
frame
no-
transpire.
There's no amount of time that you have to announce a public hearing for?
So-
Before, like you could say, we're gonna have a public hearing tomorrow and.
No, so the charter does not set forth the specific time frame when, but what I would recommend, we want to give as much as advance notice as possible.
Yeah.
So,
We've generally, what we've done in the past, David, we've set it up for the next meeting.
Yeah.
And it would be the public hearing and then the vote.
And then the action.
include in the action. Correct.
That's how we always did it.
Correct.
Yeah.
So you figure the 30
So
days anyway.
It works out to be about 30 days.
Correct.
We never had any requirement, which,
Mhm.
you know, I didn't have to put those in the paper, so I didn't pay
Jerry
attention.
Shaw always used the language around sort of the notice for the annual town meeting, et cetera, as far as the legal notice in the paper. So
Yeah.
when you've had public hearings, whether it was for the cemetery regulations or any public hearing, the Neighborhood Assistance Act, she always followed the guidelines in our charter to give legal notice based on what our annual town meeting is, which I believe is no more than 15 days before, no less than 10 days prior.
Thank you. Additional questions? Thanks, Nick. The next, we have a strategic plan update.
Sorry, I'm just pointing out some videos on YouTube of the ordinance committee. Update on the strategic plan committee. We haven't met, so we don't have an update. So we can go on to the next agenda. How's that? There you go. There you go. My gift to you.
Next item on the agenda is the administrative assistant.
I did.
Report.
You're welcome. I thought you'd like that little special. I did. I printed one out for each of you.
Oh, I do want to say, though, that I really appreciate that we're using the codes in the agenda.
I do too.
I think it's going to be very helpful, so thank you very much for making that happen.
On Mika's suggestion,
Yeah.
but yes.
That was the
I
idea.
recoded
It's in the
them all.
plan.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Karen?
Since we're revising and cleaning things up, regulations on renting, reserving town spaces like the rooms at the center building, like people getting permission from this board to use the green and the gazebo and the grove. John DeMeo from the Recreation Department, Jeanette Blixman and I have been meeting periodically since March. We've researched other towns on their policies and procedures, and we put together a draft. We went in, Jeanette and I met with Mika. Mika made a few recommendations. We went back and have a draft that I'm gonna be sending to Nick. And then the plan is to get it on the agenda for the September meeting for your approval. There's the policy in place now, but the approval date was back in like 2018, and things have changed. So we're doing fees, we're changing wording, and that brings us to the application for the.
Before we move on from the proposal, what you're working on, the new process, just out of curiosity, is it more, and this is just, I haven't thought it through, and I'm just asking the question out loud, and maybe I shouldn't, but is it better to go from this group of individuals to you, and then to the board, who may have some input, or should it go from the committee to the board, then to you for input?
So what you're
Good use of that
referring to,
mic.
Karen, see, I'm learning. It only takes hours. So is this a policy or an ordinance right now?
Policy.
Policy.
Okay. So,
We can
I mean,
table
I think
it.
it makes sense. I mean, it sounds like Karen and Jeanette have already put in some legwork and, vetting what is done and works for other towns is definitely a good first step. So, I mean, if you and Jeanette are close to having something
And John
crafted that you think is in good form for me to look at, yeah, I think it makes sense. And
Okay.
then we can, if there's any, low-hanging fruit to tweak before it gets to, a higher level of review, then that makes sense.
It will also include the application that
Right.
we'll end up having on the website.
Sounds good. And John DeMeo is also part of that. It's
Yeah.
Jeanette, Karen, and John DeMeo. Okay. Thank you. Onward.
So now we've got this application before you for the Bethany Orange Woodbridge South Asian Gathering, that they'd like to use the green on September 21st from 5 to 9 p.m.
And that's something we need to take action on.
Looking to have a band, we have their certificate of insurance.
So they've gone through the process that is required prior to, and now it's a matter of, so they've been vetted for all intent and purposes, and now it's a matter of us either asking questions or taking a vote no matter what.
Right.
Okay? We have a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the use of the town green for the Bethany Orange Woodbridge South Asian Gathering.
I'll second it.
So is there a fee associated with this? Yes, right? Based on the current
Yes.
policy?
Yes.
I believe, yeah.
Based on
What,
the
$60
terms-
or
It was
something?
50, it's
50?
50, believe it or not, for the green,
Okay.
to reserve the green,
And
plus.
any custodial services.
Okay.
And with that, they're gonna have to bear the cost of porta potties for the amount of people that they're. That's
Okay,
another
because
thing
they
that's-
said no to having porta potties,
Well, I
right?
think,
They might need them.
as part
Oh,
of
we
the.
might make that, yeah.
Right, as part of the new policy, there's, according to the number of people that are gonna be attending,
That makes
is
sense.
steering them towards the number of porta potties that they may need.
So in terms of what we're doing here, the motion would be contingent upon their agreeing to supply the porta
Yeah, they know that this
potties.
is, the policies are.
So we'd have to modify the motion, I believe, to contingent upon their indication that they will be providing porta potties.
Okay.
Is-
Over a certain threshold of people.
Right.
Is there also a process by which they need police for traffic or
That's
anything?
all, yes,
Okay, so that's all taken.
that's all in the.
Great.
Well,
It's in the
that's all, do
document.
we need to modify it if it's all in, as part of the policy
It's
and
all
agreement?
part of all of the
But
policy.
if I looked at it correctly, it said no to porta potties.
The application, it also
Correct.
said no to insurance on the application.
Well,
We
that's
have their
that, then
insurance.
personally, it was the band that gave us the
Oh.
certificate of insurance.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
But on the no for porta potties, it's part of the policy.
For a certain number of people that they have
It's
to.
not in place right now. We didn't have anything about porta potties in the.
All right, so,
Understood.
I'm sorry, then I believe Steve is right. If we're going with the current policy, then there's nothing indicating that they have to have it. Our
We
current
can't hold
pol-
them to a future policy that hasn't been
That
adopted yet.
hasn't been adopted yet, correct. So I apologize. Okay.
And they're responsible for trash out and taking their trash out and whatever? Or is that, does that,
I don't think that's part of the
Because-
policy in place right now, but it is in the new.
yeah, seems like this is
See,
a
we-
worthwhile
yes.
endeavor. Okay, so there will be maybe some public works time personnel associated with this?
Hence the reason for the updates.
Yes.
Any other questions? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is a consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve, or are there any items that anyone feels should be removed from the consent agenda? David?
I just have one question. There was a meeting that I that I did not attend, so I don't know that I would be appropriate to to agree to the minutes, to vote on the minutes of that meeting. I would have to abstain.
You're
So
allowed
can we
to.
pull, huh?
You're allowed to. Did you watch it, the video, or?
I didn't watch the video, no. It was
Then,
like.
then you should abstain.
Are you kidding me?
You should abstain. Never mind.
Why would I do that?
I was giving you an out.
It was a short meeting.
Of course
It
not.
was
I
a
didn't
real
watch
short
it.
meeting.
Yeah, it was.
There was one sentence. I mean, you guys came in here for 15 seconds and said aye and walked out.
Pretty much. It was one of our more productive meetings.
I wasn't here. It was productive.
So we should pull that from consent agenda, so you can.
Yes, we should.
You can.
That's
So
what
that
I
you're
was
gonna
asking.
say.
July 24th minutes or both
Yeah.
minutes?
Just the,
Just the
July
special
one that he was,
Okay.
the July 24, so that I could abstain from that. Otherwise, I'd have to
Next
abstain
time.
from the whole.
for the whole
consent
thing,
agenda.
right,
Next
which
time
is
watch
also an
the
option,
video,
but,
then you can say yes.
but
Oh, if I watch the video, I
Sure,
could-
of course.
Oh, okay, you're right.
Are we able to ask
I read
questions
it.
about the
I read the
content in the
minutes.
consent
Well, there you
agenda?
Not
At
without-
this time, or
I
no?
can't.
Where are
generally
we in that?
speaking, with the consent agenda, it's, you vote
didn't
on,
say that.
you vote on it. It's the type of thing
No
where you,
discussion.
you have enough material. If you want discussion, we usually pull it.
Okay. I
Yes.
don't think anything needs to be pulled, I just
Okay.
have
In fact, it can't
some
be.
curiosities.
If there's administrative type stuff, talk to the administrative types, the staff and let them know.
Okay,
All right?
okay.
Well, we can actually,
Yeah,
we
it's not
have,
administrative, I'm just curious
we
about
do,
banners.
we do make a motion. So if there's some questions, you can ask them, and then we can determine whether it's something the only way to answer is to pull it.
Okay. So my question is general, it's not,
We haven't taken a motion yet.
oh, gosh.
So,
Okay, sorry, I thought you.
So I'll make a motion to.
first of all, we need a motion to extract the minutes.
Yeah.
So I will make the motion that we extract the July 24th meeting minutes from the consent agenda and vote on them separately. Do I have a second?
Second.
Maria, second. Is there any discussion on that? All in favor? So moved. Now, so we will vote on the July 24th minutes, the approval of the July 24th minutes. I'll make a motion that we approve July 24th.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Now, is there a motion?
I abstain.
I'm sorry, thank you.
You have to let them abstain.
Thank you, David. One abstention. Thank you.
It's getting that time.
It's getting late, yeah, we're a little punchy.
Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second? Are there any questions or comments with regard to that?
Yeah, I just have a general question about banners on the Center Road field fence.
Yes.
Because I don't know if I've been driving with blinders or if suddenly recently several appeared, but I don't remember reviewing any requests for that.
There was a request. The first banner that was on there was for the concerts, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
Because,
Yes.
yes.
That
So-
is correct.
And they did.
John DeMeo puts them in like early, like his calendar is organized. So like the summer concerts, you guys definitely approved that months before
Okay.
you probably would have thought of summer
Okay.
concerts.
Yeah, and I do remember
But
remember
yes.
that. I don't recall anything with regard to the road race, so, and that's something that's a
No,
little
this
bit
he
more
just
current.
sent me in the last week or two, yeah.
So,
For October, mind you. So that's what I'm saying. He's already thinking.
now, the concert ones were left there for a very long time. And we did finally ask that they be removed, and they have been, from my understanding. Now it's time for the road race.
And have neighbors ever complained?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. That's all. Thanks.
We used to hang a banner across the road.
Yeah, we used to do that. Actually, I kind of like that, but
Orange
Any,
does that.
Big truck.
any addition, that's probably why we don't do it anymore.
It's effective.
Any additional questions or comments? All in favor? Motion passes.
Festivals
Yeah.
and then the firemen's carnival.
Boards and commissions discussion. We've had some discussion on this already through the ordinance update and through some other discussions that we had. What I did want to mention as far as the point A is concerned is that we are going to be sending all the commissions the charter language that indicates what the reports are that they're required to provide to the Board of Selectmen. So one of the reasons these folks came to the meeting today was specifically because I had indicated to them that we're going to start doing this, and they complied. They provided us a written report. We'll be doing that with the other commissions as well. We're working on a schedule specifically to get them all in here in a timely manner. And, hopefully it's not something that will take an exorbitant amount of time, but it'll be time well spent in terms of understanding. I thought what they provided was very comprehensive and complete and really gave a feel for what they were working on and the actions that they were taking. So I think it'll be useful to us.
So I just have a quick question. So those reports, when they were, they've always been in the charter. There was a time when they were produced annually. You had to summarize the year, and we were on the fiscal year, not the calendar year. And then it was compiled and it was published. One of the reasons we stopped doing that is what boards and commissions put in, there was no process by which to edit. So, for example, Steve mentioned something about a certain way they worded, or Andrea said the thing about clear cutting. That was in the report. A process to edit the reports as they come in, right? So it's great that they're bringing them to us. We're giving them feedback. There might be a place where an edit is desired by the Board of Selectmen. If the report is coming to us, do we work in some sort of process by which we say, okay, could you please finalize it and give us the final version, or?
Off the top of my head, what I would suggest is that they take it to their next meeting. If we suggest edits, so they take it to their next meeting, make the necessary edits, and just submit it to us, not necessarily attend the meeting to do so.
Right,
You know, just kind of submit the edits, we can review them as part of the package, and we can just put them in the consent agenda if we agree, or discuss them separately if we don't.
Because they actually serve a great function of that book that had all the annual reports. You can go back and see what everybody was up to. But again, there were some issues about what was getting into that report, because
Right.
it makes it an official report of the town.
And you want to make sure that they're accurate, and it's, yeah, I agree with you.
Clear, yeah.
So no, that makes sense to me if everyone is,
Yeah.
I think it's great that we're going back to that, because I like to have the written record rather than watching YouTube videos to try to catch up.
But does this assume, as written, that they would also be presenting it at a meeting?
the major commissions, yes.
Okay.
The primary, you know, and I don't want to say major, minor, or anything along those lines, but the ones, particularly the ones that have funding, you know, who are department-type commissions.
Sure.
Yes. And,
Well, that's
And
not in the
there's
charter,
no-
though. That's, you just want to
That's
do that
correct.
as a
That's policy.
procedure.
That's policy.
Yeah.
But there's no concern about that 60-day window of them being able to physically attend our meetings to do that?
I don't,
In our, like, do you have any concerns based on, you know, sometimes our agendas are full or whatever? If you know, so maybe they provide the written report within 60 days, but don't necessarily have to present it within 60 days? I'm not suggesting that necessarily, I'm just asking
it's
if
a good,
there's
it's a good thought,
logistical
and
concern.
I'll leave that to the group and figure out how we want to do that.
Well, because the fiscal year ends for everyone at the same time.
Correct.
So then, 60 days from that, everyone would be submitting their report.
Right.
Well,
That's Lynn and you guys used to coordinate them all, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said Lynn Anglis used to, the person who was Tony Malinsky before that, used to compile them all. And so she would chase after each of the commissions, get the report, and then it was a printed document.
We did,
But at the-
we had an annual report that was printed.
It's part of the budget process.
but when this was written, we appointed the commissions in June. And so everybody, if you were writing a report that was going to be submitted, everybody was still on that commission. Now, if they turn over in January, you're going to lose a certain number of your commissioners before the report is ever written. Maybe even the chairman
Sure.
should be writing it.
Well, the timing would actually be better for the budget process, because in the past, we would go to the annual town meeting with an annual report that covered through June, and you didn't have June yet. So we were always kind of in arrears. If we did make it a calendar year instead of the fiscal year, and the reports were literally 2020, 2021, 2022, then it would be part of the budget process. We could say to the town, hey, you get a copy of this. Electronic, I'm not suggesting we print them.
Yeah, no, and I don't believe we, there is anything that designates when, it just says annual.
That says fiscal year, close of each fiscal year.
It does say fiscal year.
Within
Yeah.
60
So we change it when we
days
change all
following
those
the
other
close
things.
of each
That
fiscal
might need
year.
an update then.
Yeah, there you go. And Jerry Weiner didn't say.
Is that ordinance or is that charter?
That's ordinance.
That's ordinance.
It's ordinance.
We've got it.
We've got a new
We've
idea.
got an item.
All yours, Steve.
Yeah,
And
well,
we have to have a public hearing on it if we
Well,
change
that could be
that.
included in the public hearing we have for
Yeah, you gotta
everything
get
else.
Change it to calendar year. I mean, it is substantive. Is any of the public going to care? Probably not, but yeah.
Well, we can add some flexibility so there's
They're
not an
gonna care
expectation
if
that it's within a 60-day window, given the logistics as you've described, like, and there may be better rhythms for certain commissions to give at a certain time, given their activity, so we'll talk about it, I think.
Yeah, we
and-
can
and
do
see.
it by 60 days or designated by the Board of Selectmen.
Yeah.
Or other,
Something
yeah.
more,
Yeah,
so that we have
expectation is that
some
it-
latitude on that.
I think that's smart.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Consider joint community services. I wanted to bring your attention that one of the actions that Tony and myself have been working on and Karen have been working on, will continue to work on, is a potential of combining some departments and just overviewing and looking at a reorg in terms of some of the, in particular, two departments, recreation and human services. in terms of seeing if there's an opportunity for us to more effectively use some resources between the two departments in an effort to potentially have some resources that might be able to do things like coordinate the events or coordinate the activities of the community and cultural center. And that's why I said it was a little later on. What we're considering, and the reason that it's in this section of the agenda is because we're trying to determine whether should we initially form some subcommittees from those two commissions to have the meetings and discuss what the potentials are and how we go about doing this. And then forming it, because ultimately, if we do something that we combine those, it will be a single commission. Will be some ordinance changes on that too. This is more very high level indication to you that this is something we're working on that obviously will affect the public, will affect you, something you should be aware of. We haven't gotten to a point where we're at we're saying, okay, here's what we're looking to do yet. This is something we've broached with both departments, but we haven't taken to their boards. So I'll be attending their commissions. So I'll be attending their commissions to let them know. But the leadership in each of those departments is aware of the fact that this is something that we're looking to evaluate and identify. And we do feel like there's some efficiencies that we could realize on this. Tony, I don't know if you have anything else.
No, you pretty much hit on all the main items, but the idea is to see if there are any efficiencies, not necessarily as a way to save money, although we may save money, but rather to provide services more efficiently and effectively to the public. That's sort of the idea here. And maybe there's some redundancies we can eliminate, and maybe we can be more effective in how we provide services.
Thoughts, concerns, questions?
I'm sorry, can you just repeat which commissions this is?
Recreation.
Rec and?
Human Services.
Human Services.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So, in the strategic plan, because Tony had brought this at the very beginning of our strategic planning process, this was one of our first things, we also included library. And we sort of envisioned that there would be a group with representatives from all of them making recommendations. So we sort of outlined here a slightly different, I mean, you guys are taking some initiative to start the discussions, but to give them an opportunity to make recommendations as themselves to us. So that ad hoc committee that's studying the options would come back, and it would have membership stakeholders, membership of all the different.
The subcommittees you're saying.
When we looked at other town examples, we found that the human services and recreation more closely align, and not necessarily library. That's what
right.
We also looked at programming.
So Community and Cultural Center, though, which is what we ended up in this goal, it does seem to me, especially what we heard tonight, there's a lot of library.
The programming piece is the part of the library that would probably be relevant.
So you really want to pull them in now to see, I mean, if you're sharing.
If we do a reorg from what we're talking about when we do a reorg, it's a structural reorg of our organization, of our department reorganization, which would ultimately affect the board, or the commissions, excuse me. So from that perspective, we don't see the library playing in there, except in as much as programming might be concerned, where might be a dotted line type of an arrangement might be sufficient from that perspective. When we looked at programming, the library programming didn't coincide as much in terms of integrating. I mean, Rec has pickleball, Human Services has pickleball. Rec has yoga, Human Services has yoga, Rec, those types of programs.
Library has yoga.
But
no, I don't think they do actually.
Well, they have cooking though. Andrea said that she took a cooking class, and
so
does Human Services, so does Recreation. So all three do.
I would say it's definitely something to look at and to understand and to see if there's some sort of fit.
And they might recommend that department-wise, the merger should be this. But board and commission-wise, it should be that.
Could be.
It's
worth looking at.
Together.
The reason I'm mentioning is because we want as much, we want to input if you've got some strong ideas, and we want to make sure that you're aware that this is something that we're looking to have done in the near term versus the long term.
That'd be great.
So.
It's a great, worthwhile pursuit. Thanks for looking into it.
So that last agenda item that I mentioned that I wanted to add, I don't even remember what it is.
Housing
Department of Housing grant
housing agreement document.
related to town planner.
Come on, it's
Department-
10:30 yet.
Yes, the document that you received in your package just today.
That none of us read.
Right, so you haven't had an
I thought I
opportunity
missed
to
it.
read
I
it.
saw
What
it.
I just wanted to say that it was put into your package because we received it. And this is a grant that literally has just come in. So I wanted to make sure that you saw it, so that the next time we get together, we can discuss it. We expect that by then we'll also have, I haven't signed it. I haven't signed it yet, is really what it boils down to now. From what I understand, they sign every Thursday. If we're agreeing to it, we can do it on, we would submit it on Wednesday, they sign it on Thursday, and we go. From my perspective, it's not critical that we do it by next Thursday, but it's just something to consider, so if you can kind of take a look at it. If there's nothing you feel if there's nothing you feel strongly about, let us know so that we can move forward with it. Or, I don't know that we need, do we need a vote on that?
For the agreement?
Probably wouldn't hurt,
Yeah, I mean, you could, that's not necessary.
so we'll see.
Can you just procedurally help me to understand? So in this scenario, we have the opportunity to review and comment maybe before it's signed.
Correct.
And therefore accepted.
Correct.
But in the bar grant.
I learned from my mistakes.
Okay.
Okay? Once I saw the disconnect in terms of what happened, in other words, okay, now this is a problem, it was like, okay, so it's better if we just give it to them up front so we know so everybody
Okay.
knows what's going on.
So, thank you, and appreciate that, but also, just so is this like the due process for us to review these and give the go-ahead?
So most grants have a resolution or some sort of a board action that require
Larger
you to
grants.
approve before we actually apply, right? That's usually most grants. Yeah, and so in that case, you would be provided with all the materials, you would have to authorize a resolution, and then that would authorize us to apply for the grant. In this particular one, I don't believe there was one.
Okay.
But most of the grants that we encounter, especially capital grants and grants where we have capital projects and
We didn't have anything for the community center to apply for that grant. But we didn't. Yeah.
There was all kinds of paperwork we had to do for that. And
But we didn't have,
board
it didn't come
resolution.
before the board.
I believe it, I'm pretty sure it did.
Maybe you were off that day.
I'll certainly look that up. I know we discussed several of the documents at the board meeting because of their complexity. I remember Jerry had to go through them. Do you remember? Yeah.
It's too late to remember what date.
So is there any other question in regards to this? You understand what I'm looking for?
And by a week.
If you want to respond by next Wednesday, that would be great. If you can't, well.
Did you want to just summarize what this I mean, I guess you did
yes.
earlier, but
Yes,
I
no,
think it
no,
might be
it's a
helpful
good
since
point.
it's agenda. Sorry.
This is very specifically a Department of Housing grant, make sure everyone understands, the Department of Housing grant for our town planner. So we've hired the town planner at a rate of about $85,000 a year. We had budgeted around 40, I believe? 50. And so in order to make up the difference, we applied for this grant and we were granted it, and we were approved for this. So the town planner has already been engaged, and this is the additional dollars we need so as to continue for the full course of the year. Thank you, Steve.
That's the resolution for it.
So, all right. With
Out of
that,
curiosity, could we have applied for all 80?
no,
there-
they
okay.
would have required that we.
match.
We have a match
Okay.
anyway, so, and this was very directly, I believe, a relationship that was established with SCROG and the individuals at SCROG, and then through the individual who was in Department of Housing, who understood the need that we had and what we were trying to do, and felt this would assist us in getting that done.
Okay.
So it was really, this was very, very neat in terms of the agency helping us out to do something that we really needed. So, any other questions, comments? Any motion to adjourn?
No.
Wait, who seconded that?
I don't think anybody, just anybody.
Anything.
All right, 9:48, let's, all right.